into no bagged pussy. I want it fresh, like back in the day. What the fuck do you mean inventory's full? I know inventory's full. I'm working on it, alright? Boyo, you shut your horror mouth. I didn't spend all that time fucking your mom for you to come out and be a little bastard.
Damn it.
You'll never do it.
Okay, if you do that, I definitely fucking won't.
Oh my
Maybe
god!
One more shot at least. Just one more. Just one more.
I was gonna say, she looks wrong, and the wrong eye is closed. Oh shit!
This is extraordinary. Let's see how this thing works.
It doesn't work like that. His new fed was a bottom! Fuck yeah!
What the fuck?
That's phenomenal! I'm so sorry for laughing.
We first started. I found it as you were having it. Oh, shit!
Guys, I'm running for my life. I'm running for my life. I'm running for my life. I think I'm going the wrong way. Oh no. Oh, hey Frank, how's it going? Hey, don't forget, you have that prison outreach today. You're gonna go teach the prisoners to lift each other in a way that's both non-sexual and non-violent. Good luck to you. It sounds like it's gonna be. Yeah, I see that the weapon doesn't work as well here, but I don't know what weapon would. Nope, that's something else. That's different, chat. What I just said, didn't mean it. I am not, have not now, nor have I ever been a leather daddy. Except for that one time I dressed all in leather because I thought I was cool. That day, maybe just the one. Moo, they all go moo. They all go moo. Why the fuck's all my code broken? Everything moves, and that's not right. The fucking moo. The fucking moo. Moo, moo. 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 I fucked up and still got it, guys. What the fuck? I was on top of that fucking mole. Hang on. Hang on. Hang the fuck on. I was on fucking top of that mole. This is absolute chaos. I've created chaos. I have shiny thing on my ass. I cannot drive worth a shit. We pulled into port for repairs because we got attacked by... Oh, it's Godzilla. Run! Of the sea.
Godzilla of the Sea. That's... You would say something like that with your lips.
What was that from? That was magic words from something. Ooh, you know what would be really fun? A Venn diagram of how fucked this woman is. Hello, I'm Dave, and welcome to my TED Talk. The Venn diagram of pain. Yay, I get to go to...
Thank God. Because you, I don't know how many times you have to flop in heavy armor to get that as a purchasable item. Excuse me?
In the back
We're in
rooms?
the back rooms? Look at
What the fuck? $891 to $181. I found Jesus.
You found Jesus? Just if it's a local, just go to buddy.
Okay. Chat, what are we putting up our ass? We have options.
What are we putting up our ass? Well, that's a new sentence, probably.
Hang on.
There you go. There you go, chat. There you go, Reddit. You like this? I'm doing the
I don't know what we're doing.
Yes! Hell yeah, Dave. You fucking did it. I like my job, I like my job, I like my job.
Slamming your kill the haunted, specifically the haunted monsters that spawns. They'll have extra health, sometimes additional abilities. They can be a champion in addition to that. So I've seen one that had 600 health because it happened to roll really high on both those tables. But once you kill all of them, it will de-haunt a building. Your username.
Do you see what I'm doing right now?
Yes, it's the that kills people Carl. Okay, wow. That was a really good line.
It was good. Look at what I'm doing when you fucking pop back.
Ta-da! Completing puzzles as intended is for squares.
Why didn't something with Jamie Foxx, like they specifically said that he's reprising his role somewhere.
I think they have officially mentioned that. They haven't mentioned anything about Alfred Molina. And there are rumors that both Kirsten Dunst and the super pretty blonde gal, Emma Stone.
Emma Stone.
Yes, she is
Blonde
okay.
sometimes.
Like
Sometimes
she is
redhead.
like, dude. There is nothing like sending someone into orbit. We experienced it for the first time on this channel in Kerbal Space Program.
Yes. Classic.
Yikes.
And ever since then, I've been dying to yeet people into space who I can never recover.
That's fucked up.
Holy fuck. I think we found it, guys. I think we found the sugary sweet. And I am the happy. I am.
Oh my god, how'd I get out? How'd I get out? How'd I get out? How'd I get out? Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, oh my god.
In the game, which you've actually made any substantial amount of progress, is when you finish that game. Because at any point, you could just be back. Oh, I burped and it tastes like.
Oh, hey, over
Overcooked 2's on Game Pass.
Yep.
Overcooked 2 is on
Yeah.
Game Pass?
God protects the protected.
God protects the protected. Are you one of the protected? Let's find out. The answer is no. Well, so if you're married, you get tax breaks on like property ownership.
Yeah. You got any kids with this gorilla?
Oh fuck no.
Oh. So you would get more money in your tax return if you had kids.
Yeah, but I'm not gonna fuck a gorilla.
Well, you married a gorilla for tax reasons. So why not just go all the way?
Cause I don't want to fuck a gorilla.
Is anybody on this stream
I don't give a
affiliated with the C's or the B's?
The C's or the B's?
Is it just
No,
sounds
but
good?
I'm fond of D's of all varieties.
Okay, I'm turning my camera on.
D's. Oh, so you really love D's nuts?
Yay! I forgot this is where.
Okay, higher or lower?
I'm gonna say this one's about 63%, so I'm gonna say higher.
You're saying higher. Okay, let's see the right answer. 62%. And
Now I have to run all the way back. Pardon?
Oh. 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 Oh.
Oh, what?
Oh. Oh.
Oh,
Okay. Well, oh. Okay.
What happened?
This is, so, not the Shulkerbach with the spikes under it, but the other one. Remove the other one. Take the other one off. Open the other one, please. Please remove the other one.
Sorry, I had to laugh at you first.
Boop. For the time being. You don't live here. For the time being, let's go get our lava. In honor of Asian John Wick. Or goddamn Gryffindor. Pull your fucking self together. I don't even have my own wand yet. So I'm gonna go handle that, and then I will come back and help you with whatever the fuck you need, alright? But, like, I got my own I was attacked by a goddamn dragon yesterday, and then today, I've learned 3 new spells already, alright? It's been kind of a thing. Can you give me a fucking minute?
Oh dear, I shall get in trouble for this. It's a relief.
I'll talk to you later on, brother. The studying? I didn't know you were taking the shadows. Fuck, that was loud. Lurking in the shadows. Why is that so fucking loud?
The money has been wired to your account.
Listen up, we got a situation here.
What just happened?
No use crying over spilled coochie.
Look, if your coochie is spillable, it is in a format that I'm not interested in it in. Liquid coochie is wild.
A regular sized backpack and then folding in like is shuffling around. You see like a leg pop out of the backpack. Like no, that one pushes it aside. Like you hear like squelching and squishing in there, and it smells, and there's flies, and then he just pulls from an ankle, just a dead goblin child, full sized, completely not rotted at all. Just slaps it on the ground. I would people would be fucking terrified.
As predicted. What is it, I wonder, that draws one toward death like a moth to light?
Having a bigger dick than you.
Run away, absconded with the prism. The one thing that could prevent me from fulfilling my destiny. But the lure of one's destiny is irresistible.
I probably shouldn't go around asking people if they want to step in my shower. Welcome, citizens of the cosmos. I am Dave, your overlord, who you should bow before. And don't throw roses, just throw money. For real though, we're playing. All right, now that my body's hopefully done trying to kill me for at least a little bit, we're playing Crimson Deserts, more Crimson Deserts, specifically. As Rick and I both have around 15-ish hours in this game.
I think I'm slightly below 15.
You are. You're at like 13 and a half, and I'm at like 15.2 or some shit. Well, not now that the game's been in the menu for a hot minute. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah. I think I actually have played time, but some of it didn't count because my Steam crashed and it didn't close the game. Somehow, until I tried to reload a save and then it closed the game.
So maybe that's when it checks for de novo, is when it saves, and that's why it's... Actually, that would probably be the least intrusive place to put de novo. Is during a save load.
I'm pretty sure it does it other times, but it's not as intrusive, and I think the reason why it's not as intrusive is because this game actually does like a Hytale-esque situation, because it was like always like designed to like be like part of like a multiplayer engine, so it has like a server process component that it uses to store like memory and stuff, which it doesn't feels needs to be protected, because it wouldn't if it was on an actual server and not on your computer.
Right.
So I feel like they probably didn't like put it in as pervasively as you would a normal open world game, because it was more of a later choice.
Right.
Which is mixed bag performance-wise.
Yeah.
But yeah, I've enjoyed the hours that I put in.
Same.
I tried playing it on my Steam Deck. That probably needs more tweak. But I can stream it, which means I can still play it from bed, which is all I wanted to do with it. So.
Right.
But good game, good. I like it. There's parts that I think I'd like more if they were different.
Yeah, some of it is definitely less good than others, and some of that is related to early doors and weird random bugs that they were never going to find in testing until millions of people put their hands on it.
Right.
And just for a game this scale, like, for open world games in general, that tends to be the case. Because your player base...
I have not yet had a game-breaking bug.
I have.
Normally the thing that bothers me, like if I have a bug that makes it where I fundamentally can't continue where I'm at, then that's something I feel should have been stamped out because
right. Well, okay, so to be clear, my game-breaking bug broke the game until I restarted it, and then it was fine.
Yeah, I mean, that's not great and it should be caught, but I'm meaning more like something I can do.
Right.
It's like I can no longer progress the main story anymore. And I'd have to like go back to some time prior to when I was playing to not have that happen.
Right.
I haven't had that.
Why is my mouse still on screen? There we go. I was going to say, I started using the controller. You can put that away.
I think it's because it doesn't move the mouse until you go to like control like a visual thing with the controller, and on the main like screen, title screen, stuff you can't do that.
Oh no, I
Like,
was, and that okay, mouse is in the middle of the screen, and I'm looking around, and the mouse is still there, and I'm doing it with my controller.
Oh yeah, that's weird that I haven't had that happen.
Yeah, no, so that's just an error that is taking place. Yeah.
Just talk about bugs and immediately has a fucking bug.
Yeah. I've had lots of bugs in this game. I'm good at finding them. I know that.
Yeah.
I don't give a shit if a game has bugs.
You're also
I never
like,
have.
more with technical issues too with your setup.
Right.
Which I guess I imagine like from my setup is not much different in terms of like actually finding weird configuration problems.
I clicked out into a different app and back in, and now it disappears when I touch the controller. So it just didn't know it had the mouse, I guess.
I also found that for some settings in the game, especially like visually wise, they don't really kick in until you've like reloaded the game or reloaded a save. Like some of the stuff it just renders is just kind of baked in once they do it, and it doesn't tell you, like, you know, normally like a game would be like, this requires a restart to like change.
Right.
It doesn't tell you that. It just won't do it.
I was gonna say, this looks immaculate compared to what I was getting last, what was it, Friday?
Yeah.
And it looks better on stream, I think.
I'm playing on half ultra, half cinematic, native, with using FSR for anti-aliasing, with a driver version that I'm not supposed to have access to on the GPU. That's 60. Like, that sometimes it's just like 50. And my frame time graph is like constrained. So like, for my computer, usually if this was an Unreal Engine game, none of that would be enough.
Right.
And I get that there are some things like I've seen
with
people talking about,
some
you know, like,
exceptions.
sometimes
I've seen people I've seen developers talk about who are like making smaller like 2D indie games. I've seen them talk about how because of performance reasons, Unreal is their tool of choice, but they have to gut the engine before starting their build.
Right. The same thing for like a lot of Unity games.
Right.
Like, people will use Unity because it has a lot of good tools to basically make it not do any of the things that it would normally be doing, and only do the things that you want to do.
Right.
Which again, I feel like that is standard. I know that a lot of people, for some reason, developers like see that as not a standard thing they need to do, is take the default engine and then modify it to specifically fit your use case. They don't see it that way. They say, this is an engine, it should automatically do whatever for me, and then I'm just going to use it and go from there. And it's like, just because it's an engine and it has defaults doesn't mean that's a good starting point for you and what you're doing. So, yes, there are a lot of developers who are not doing it.
Right.
They're actively making changes to how the game works, specifically to make use of that.
Right.
And but I was talking to some people yesterday a little bit and earlier today about this game, and specifically a lot of the responses that other content creators and like reviewers and stuff have been having to this game, and what things they've been saying are reasons for or against, or reasons why they completely stopped playing it or whatever. And there are a handful that I would ultimately probably agree could have been done differently, and were probably done the way that it was done for a reason that no longer fits the current. Having said that,
did you see
most of the things that they're saying? Go ahead.
Well, did you see Pearl Abyss's recent thing in the community tab for this game on Steam?
No, what?
I'm just going to read it because I think this is pertinent, because this is in my mind, the actions of a good developer. That's the wrong button. Community Hub. A message to our players on March 21st. So this came out, I think, late last night, actually. Okay. It's been a little over 36 hours since launch. We would like to start with a sincere thank you to everyone who's been playing Crimson Desert. Since launch, we have been listening closely to your feedback and doing our best to make improvements to the game. In particular, we are aware of the discomfort many players have experienced with the controls, which is the number one thing I see people complain about that I feel is a fixable thing, right? Because, like, there are people bitching about this or that or whatever, or they don't like this or they don't like that. Look, if you don't like the overall style of the game, if you don't like how the storytelling is done, anything like that, they're not going to fix that for you. The game is written. Right? But controls... let's see. We are currently preparing a patch to address this. We also want to apologize for not providing keyboard and mouse players with a satisfactory gameplay experience. Please know we are taking your feedback seriously and working to improve your gameplay experience as quickly as possible. If you encounter any other issues while playing, please refer to the notice below for information on how to submit a report. And they included a link in their post. We're following your experiences across issue reports, videos, live streams, and community discussions. Every report and shared experience helps us make a better game, and we truly appreciate the time you take to share them with us. And then they say we'll keep working to make Pywell awesome, and thanks.
Yeah, if they're specifically talking about changing the controls for keyboard and mouse, yeah. Like, I think, like, one of the controls that you have to push is, like, control in F3 or something. That was one that people were complaining about at the same time.
Yep.
And I'm like, yeah, nope. That's piano controls.
Right.
But for the controller controls,
I don't know that there's a lot they
I
can do for the
don't
controller
see-
controls unless
Yeah.
they make certain. Okay, so I was thinking about this the other day. And for some of this stuff, they could literally make it like the grappling hook, make it a piece of equipment.
no. Disagree.
No. And I'm not saying like a piece of equipment, but access it the same way you do everything else through a wheel instead of having to hold in the
I know,
left thumbstick.
disagree.
Okay, then what's a better way to do that to you? Because the left
way
thumbstick
that they
just
have
ain't
it.
doing it.
A
What?
different button, but like a button. Like make run left thumbstick instead of spamming A or something.
But then they have to get rid of the tap. Because it's you hit it once to sprint and then you continue to tap it to run.
Yeah, get rid of the tap. First
I
of all, it's
agree.
not
The
that.
tap is
It's-
dumb.
It's walking normally. Tap A to go into a slight step. Double tap A to go into a run. You're already running. You don't need to push any more buttons. If you want to go faster and burn stamina on running, then you can spam it. So you were already like near full tilt without spamming. You get like an extra 10% speed boost if you spam, which I think is an interesting system because when you're running, it's obviously like you're using your spirit power. You can see like the energy coming off your feet when you hit the ground. And if you
Right.
tap it in time with when you're hitting the ground, it's faster. Same as when you're on a horse. I personally like the system, but if you're gonna remove a system,
remove that one. Yeah,
something
that's fair.
that's like not necessarily intrusive that you can get rid of, I think is probably a better choice. But like I've used the grapple. I've put points like into the grapple to be able to do stuff with the grapple. If you make that a tool, it's gonna be so much worse than how you can use it. Like I don't know if you've seen anybody else play this game, but like you can use it like mid combat to like flow out, grab a person and bring them to you.
Yeah,
slam
no,
them
I
to the
do it
ground,
on
grab them
accident
to
all the
ground.
time, and it's annoying
Like,
because my hands
you
are
can
too stupid
grab-
to not accidentally press in the left thumbstick.
Right.
So it interrupts my
So
combat
having
flow all the
some
time.
Of those things be different buttons.
Just give us raw, change every input on the controller and assign them ourselves. Honestly,
I don't know if that would work. I don't think that would work. Like they can give it to us, and that may well fix it for some people, but I think for the vast majority of people, they're gonna try and interact with that system, and it's gonna be incredible.
Oh, no.
The
I'm
combat
saying
is
they
not-
need to do something complex like that for people like me and you who they need a system. Okay.
I'm not going to change any control.
They need, well, no. But here's the thing. There are lots of controller type devices that use regular controller inputs, but are designed specifically for people to like who have disabilities to use, right?
Right.
Unless your controller controls are remappable, none of those devices work.
That's not true.
That was like the biggest complaint about those devices. Have they finally started making those be able to remap shit themselves?
I have no idea what devices you're referring to. The 3 devices that I'm familiar with have always had the ability to remap any type of input to any other combination of inputs you want. So I don't know what you're referring to.
I'm referring to shit I interacted with in like 2003.
Okay, well I don't know why you would be referring to that in a game made.
Because that's
Years
the
ago? But,
only
okay.
device that I've physically interacted with in real life like that. Because I had a friend who had an N64 controller hooked up to a
nearly
tube
any
that he could
controls on
breathe in,
anything.
and like he could push shit with his head because he had palsy and didn't have control over his hands and like legs really.
Right.
But like I played GoldenEye with this kid. He whooped my fucking ass, by the way. I'm like, how are you so good? He's like, well, you know, I don't really get to the gym like I used to. And I'm like, you're a dickhead and hilarious. He was a really funny guy. I wonder whatever happened to him. I mean, maybe, but his family moved away. I know for sure because there was a place with like a better doctor that thought they could do something for his sister had heart problems. Everyone in his family was genetically misfortunate. Unfortunately.
It's very unfortunate, and usually kind of how that works.
Yeah, yeah.
Because if your genetics are just bad, you know.
Right. But yeah, his
sucks.
sister had real bad heart problems. He had one of the palsies. I don't remember which one. This was over 2 decades ago.
If he could only move his forehead, it probably wasn't Bells.
Well, he had control over his arms. He just didn't have fighting control over his hands.
Okay.
So I don't. You see what I'm saying? Like it was a weird enough combination, and there might have been some other stuff involved too. I try not to, bring stuff like that up to people unless they want to talk about it, because, I mean, honestly, it defines so much of their lives. I wouldn't want to talk about it if I didn't have to,
That's like a show of time, but it's not me. But I get it. Everyone's different.
Right.
Yeah, no, I like this game.
Hey,
Talk to
so
a
you
handful
must
of people about
restore
the
all
game.
nearby. No. I cheesed my way up here for no reason? Damn it.
Yes. You do that often.
Well, no, but I got to the end of the area.
I know, but I told you before you even went that way that it wasn't something you could cheese, and you were like, I'm gonna do it anyway.
Okay, I thought you meant you didn't believe in my ability to get in a place I'm not supposed to be yet.
I don't know why you would think that.
That's
doesn't make any sense.
Fair. I've proved time and time again I'm really good at being at
I was about to
places
say,
I'm not
that
supposed
seems
to
like
be.
I'm not an idiot, okay?
That's fair.
I know if there's a way to fucking break it so you can get where you're supposed to not be, you can do it. I'm just telling you, the game doesn't give a shit. I got most of the way through it, and then I realized that the fucking thing wasn't gonna react if I hit it without turning on like a fucking battery.
But now I don't know where
lost
I'm
my
supposed to
fucking
get.
battery.
I was gonna say I don't know where this battery is supposed to be.
Well, there's only one battery, so if you see anything powered, take that one. But yeah, I
see
had
2
mine
things powered.
in the air.
And one of them required me. Okay, so the battery. Okay, it's not a battery. It's one of the cubes, I guess, because the batteries are the stick ones that look like AA's. I'm assuming.
Yes.
Is what you're calling battery. I'm talking
There
about
are
the
2
cube
cubes.
that powers. There are okay. So there is a cube for this pylon somewhere. Because I already got that one out
No.
because I worked ahead.
I mean, yes, but no. It doesn't matter. Pick any cube. It's not relevant.
You know what? I already killed that thing. Can you fly and use the grapple at the same time? Okay. I had never tried it.
Makes it easy to fly where you're not supposed to. You can fly and then grab the thing and then move it up above you and then use an aerial maneuver to pull yourself up to where it is. And then just do that over and over again.
Oh. Well, that
Which
feels...
is also probably not how you're supposed to do anything, but hasn't
Right.
stopped me.
What is... Wait. That is an area that's not connected to anything but has floor. Have I been there before? Was that important? Let's look at the map. That's not the map. Oh, yeah, it is.
But,
that button is
yeah,
all
I talked to a couple
menus.
people about the game and about doing a lot of stuff in the game and how they felt about it and their comparisons to other games. And I have found that sometimes I will talk to people about this game and they don't have... Memory is probably a mean way to say it, but memories.
Recall?
Like, I talked to somebody about this game and they were like, yeah, the starting point of this game is like really confusing and weird. Like, I haven't played any game that's like kind of like this. I'm like, have you played Skyrim? And he was like, yeah, I love Skyrim. I'm like, it's the same.
It's
like, no,
literally
not.
the same. It's here's a
I'm like,
couple
in
tutorial
Skyrim-
things. Go play the game.
No, not even that. I'm talking about down to the way the story progresses minute by minute from the beginning. Like in Skyrim, you start in the fucking wagon
Right.
with a bunch of random people. You don't know who they are. You've never met any of them before. They start talking about being captured by Border Patrol and theft and all this stuff. And at no point does the game like put a menu up in your face and go, "You are about to be taken to be executed." Right? You have to listen to these random people talk with basically no dialogue input from you about what the fuck they did and how they got here, and catch context clues of like the guy talking about the headman and whatever to figure out that you're going to an execution. The beginning of Crimson Desert, you start in the camp with a bunch of people who you don't know, and you don't know what's going on, and you
Well,
have
who
to use
you don't
fragments
know,
of
but
what they're
Cliff
saying and
does,
context
for
clues.
clarity.
Right. And your character obviously knows that you've been arrested for a crime that you committed because you were.
Right.
But like
Right.
again, so you start off, you have no idea what's going on, you don't know who you're talking to, you don't know what you're talking about, and you have to pick up from the context clues that you are in the middle of a tribal conflict between your clan and the other clan. And
Right.
you guys are in the middle of, you're not exactly at the front lines, and you're in the middle of taking a brief respite before you go back to the front lines. Then, an unexpected event occurs that thrusts you into a combat scenario. The dragon comes and attacks in Skyrim, and now you have to flee from where you are, and then you go and there's still guards. You have to get a weapon and do a fight.
And in this, Fat Bastard comes
Same thing happens in
from...
this. Fat Bastard comes, stabs your guy, throws him into the fucking room. You're
Right.
fighting everybody, blah, blah, blah. Then, now for me, I don't know if this was the intended experience of vanilla Skyrim. I believe in the later versions it's slightly different. But after you get out of that whole area, the guy that I'm running with just says, "Okay, bye," and then fucks off. I believe in the later ones he mentions briefly about like going somewhere or doing something.
Well,
But,
so
for me, he
in
just
I
literally
played the
walked
game
away.
at launch, and Hadvar, if you go with Hadvar, who's the Imperial, Hadvar says, "My uncle owns a blacksmith in Falkreath. We can probably get some help there. You can travel with me, or I can meet you there." And then he starts heading that way. But if you go with Feindal, no, not Feindal. What's his name? The other guy, the Stormcloak. Anyway,
Ulfric?
if you what?
Ulfric?
No, because Ulfric's not the guy you fight through the interior with.
Right. Yeah, I forget what his name is. Yeah,
I forget what his name is. But if you went with that guy mentions Riverwood and then leaves. And you can go with him, or you can just whatever, right? And in the beginning of the
for
game,
me,
I
he
also
didn't
chose
say
him
anything, and then
first.
he started walking away, and he didn't even go towards Riverwood. He actually just started walking in a random direction and just kept walking and then like disappeared. He
Oh yeah,
didn't
that's
go
not what was
anywhere.
supposed to happen. That, however,
Right.
was a bug on the PlayStation,
but when I played it
PC,
again,
and Xbox versions of the game. at launch.
Legendary Edition, it was different. So I'm like, I don't know if they just added that because it was confusing, or if it just was never supposed to be that way. But I guess
It was never supposed to be that way.
Um,
He was supposed to have similar lines to Hadvar,
But yeah,
which is
so I
why he
did
does
that,
now.
And then you can choose to go to Riverwood if you want to, or you could go directly to the main city, or you can wander off and come across the.
Look, I wound up
the
in
Dragon.
Bleak Falls Barrow with the Dragonstone before I found Riverwood.
Right, but like by game
So, yeah.
intention, you're supposed to go to Riverwood and you go have a random encounter in a bar with a person that you don't know that makes very little sense and contextually can depend, I guess, on who else is there. And feedback and also do that. But like in Crimson Desert, you leave, you go to the next main area, you have a random encounter at a bar with a person that you don't know for particularly no reason, and then you leave and come out, and then you gain magical powers, which is the same thing that happens in Skyrim. You absorb the Dragon Soul, and then all of a sudden they want you to ingratiate yourself with the local lord so that you can both help yourself and pursue your own goals, and also help that lord pursue your own goals. It's the exact same thing that happens in Crimson Desert. The night guy immediately comes out and wants you to ingratiate yourself with the local lord so he can help you rebuild your clan and for you to help him deal with all the damage in the area. Like, it's like one for one, exactly the same. The only difference is when you go to the
Set
bar, you
dressing.
do an arm wrestling match instead of having dialogue options.
Right.
Like, that's the difference. So it's like,
it's set
for
dressing.
you to say, yeah, but it's like for you to say, oh, this game, like the beginning of this game is trash and confusing, it doesn't make any sense, and then for you like praise Skyrim in the beginning of that game, it's like it's the same thing. So like I don't know what part of the beginning of the game is different in your mind from what actually happened in reality. But like in reality, it's so similar that it was weird to me that it was like
It wouldn't let me fly
that
with
it
the
was that
cube on the hook.
You have to be flying and then grab the cube.
Oh.
And so it's like very weird for like the community. I understand the game, like community is polarized in the game, and there's aspects of the game that they really don't like. But it's like you can't.
Hang on, time out. How the fuck am I supposed to grab this thing in midair?
What do you mean?
I'm just gonna have to do some remapping later and find a different way to solve this for now, or move on to something else. I'm gonna have to move left stick to the back. There's no way I can hit that and be flying with how the left stick thing, with as hard as that is for me.
All right. But yeah. So like there's stuff like that I've seen a lot of people make comparisons of this to other video games, like comparing it to Witcher 3, comparing it to Red Dead, comparing it to Skyrim, and I'm like, I feel like a lot of the things
comparing it
that y'all are talking about, like you're cherry picking comparisons. Like you can't compare like the way that one thing works in Skyrim to this, and then say like, but it's not like Skyrim in the other ways. And it's like it's more like Skyrim in the ways that you're saying is it like it, and nothing to do with Skyrim in the ways you're saying it is. And that's kind of like been weird for me to see. Not like, you know, again, no hate on people, like everyone has their own opinion. It's like it seems weird that you would remember some aspect about a different game and compare that to this, and then completely disregard every other way in which it's similar.
Right.
And you know, in most, I mean, even past like the opening, most of the rest of the game is very similar. Like, you know, the game in Skyrim is split kind of three ways between attempting to follow like a disjointed story, which is mostly just rich and powerful people sending you to fetch things they don't want to get, like out of a fucking dungeon or fight fucking Dwemer or whatever the hell, and having you like run and go do that and then report back to them, which a lot of people say they do that in this game. It's like, yeah, it feels like the story is just sending you to do stuff and having you report back to the people, and it's like,
that's what being a mercenary is.
Yeah, it's like what else would you do? Like, what's the alternative? Like, I get, like, you can have, like, okay, you have a story where you move on, like, one, you know, you do something, and then, like, you just move on to the next thing, and move on to the next thing, and you never, like, go back to, like, where you were, or, like, the person that you were talking to before, but, like, I don't think in a big, if you made a big, expansive, like, detailed world like this, that you would want people to just move on from a location that you spend a lot of time making.
Right.
Like, you kind of want people to spend a bunch of time in like one location and find things that they maybe didn't find because they were on a quest, and then maybe they come back when they're finished with the quest and they're not quite as tunnel visioned on it, and they go, well, hey, wait a minute, I didn't notice this. We can look at that.
So my block that I was trying to fly with apparently got destroyed. Yeah, the cube that you put on the thing to open the weird doors. To get
oh, yes. I thought you meant the block button. I was like, what the fuck are you talking about?
No.
Yeah, okay. So, this is what happened to me. Well, it didn't happen the way you did it, because that was kind of hilarious. But I had moved it too far and then fallen, and then it... So, what happens is it goes into your lost item storage at camp. So, you can alternatively...
The interactable thing that
autosave.
floats around... that I can't pick up.
It counts as a lost item.
So I can put it in my pocket now, is what I'm hearing.
No. I don't think so. That's not how it worked for me. I had to go to the lost storage guy, and then he restored it, and then it was wherever the fuck it was. Whatever the game thought it was supposed to be the last time. But yeah, that was what I meant when I said I had lost it. And I was like, that's probably a thing that I feel like it should just go back and not be a part of that system.
See, I love how, okay, I don't actually love this. I don't like it at all. Places I've been in the Abyss reveal the map underneath, but without putting anything on it. And I feel like that shouldn't be doing that.
I mean, but you can see the ground.
You know what? That's fair. That's fair. But
like, I can look out from on the edge of the abyss and I can legit see the ground.
That's
and also
that's
it puts stuff there for me. I don't know. Like sometimes it'll put like a POI there. Like I've seen it put like a castle there before that I could see from the top.
oh yeah, I
also, like, the
spent
game
0
filtered to
time
only
looking
environment items
down.
and not everything.
On account of.
So maybe don't do that. But yeah.
Why? Okay. Every menu has a different confirmation button. Right? Well, like, okay, sometimes it's LB and like X to talk to this guy, right? But then sometimes it's just X for confirmation, and it's X to interact with everything in the world. But if you go to the map and want to interact with a teleporter, God forbid you hit X or A, the other two confirmation buttons the game uses, it's Y to do that. So I always end up deleting my fucking marker first because I hit X. Because there's no parity there between confirming a desired action. Which isn't necessarily bad, but it's going to take some getting used
between
to.
talking with an NPC and interacting with the map, is what you're saying?
Okay, so, I'm firmly of the opinion that a confirmation button should be the confirmation button on every screen for everything you might need to confirm, unless you're presented with multiple choices and using different buttons to select them, right? Why isn't Y marker, place a marker, and X interact with the Abyss Nexus to fast travel?
Because
that feels
there's another option, which is to set a particular thing as a destination.
Correct, which is the A button, which isn't the interact button. Teleport could still be X, and marker could still be Y without moving
The
the
answer to my
destination
question
thing.
was yes.
What question?
You want there to be parity between interacting with NPCs and using the map.
I want there to be parity between everything with a confirmation button.
Okay, pressing A is the confirmation button.
It is not. Pressing X is the confirmation button in this game.
It's not.
Or excuse me, the interact button in this case. Because I'm trying to interact with the teleporter. And X is the interact button.
Teleporter. Interacting with the teleporter is not necessarily interacting with the map, is what I'm saying. Because there's other things on the map that you might want to do that's not teleport. In fact, most of the things that I want to do on
but
the
the
map
difference is
not
okay.
teleport.
So here's the thing. Here's the difference. Okay. First off, I only need set destination. Setting marker changes my quest marker. That's fucking stupid. Setting destination is enough. The marker thing doesn't need to exist at all, in my opinion. A. B.
Setting marker doesn't change your quest marker.
Yes, it does. Let me set my quest, and it'll put a marker down, and then I'll set the marker, and it will remove it.
Okay.
Quest, Return of the Comrade, toggle tracking. Cool, it is tracked on the map. Let's look on the map and see where that's at. Cool, it's up here. And now I'm going to press X on this Abyss Nexus, which is the interact button for everything else. And this is interactable, right? It's not a mark I'm putting on the map. It's a thing in the world I'm trying to interact with through the map. Right? So I'm going to press X on it because I'm trying to interact with the Abyss Nexus, not the map. Oh, it's A that changes it. Yeah, which...
Right.
Okay, I had those backwards still. I
Yeah.
do not need a make marker Y, get rid of the set destination thing, because oh my God, why would I ever want to do that?
Why would I ever want to set a destination that's not particularly a quest marker so it can be tracked for me on my map and minimap? Probably for the thing I just said.
Yeah, you can do that with the markers, and you can place multiples of them, and they all come out different colors. How many do they have? Lots. They have lots. They're in different colors and shapes and show up on your minimap and your map. So why do I need to move the quote-unquote destination?
Because it shows up differently than the marks do. And they're used for different things. For example, we had quest destinations and destinations in Elden Ring, and we also had like 100 different markers that we could use to mean different things on the map.
Okay, Ricky, I'm going to be
were
completely
separate
honest
from us
with you.
going to the quest.
You play that way. You're the only person I've ever played games with who uses multiple markers to track things after the fact. I never do that. I use one or two
I don't
marks,
care
but primarily
if you do that. That's completely meaningless to me.
I know it's completely meaningless to you, but I'm saying from a user perspective,
And clearly to multiple people,
if I can
because they put
accidentally press a
100
fucking
markers in
button
Elden
and
Ring.
stop tracking my quest, that's bad.
Which again was why I asked, is that what you wanted? And then you said a bunch of things other than yes. It seems like the answer was just yes.
Because the question you're asking isn't the thing I'm talking about. You
Okay.
asked if I wanted parity between... Yes, every interact should be the same. Exceptions. I don't think placing a marker on the map is an interaction. I think it's a use. Right? Which means it can be any other button you need it to be. You're using the map that you are already interacting with. Right? I want to interact with something further that the map is indicating to me. That should be the same interact button I use to open chests, start dialogue with NPCs, climb ladders. It shouldn't also be the jump button. That's stupid.
Right, I agree with that. I mean, again, I'm not saying the controls are good or bad. I'm asking what you want. Because if you're saying that it should be a use, it is parity with the game. Because using items out of your inventory is A.
Oh, no. That feature I want to go away entirely. The set destination thing. I want the
items out of your inventory?
No. I want the set
want people to not be
destination
able
on the
to set
map to
destinations
go
on the
away.
map.
I want markers because I can have as many markers as I want, it seems. I just put down fucking 30 of them and I could see them all on the edge of my mini map. They are all have different colors and shapes. So I don't know why you would ever need to move the red X instead of one of those.
Because the red X indicates the destination that I'm going to, and a marker just indicates that there's something on the map.
Okay, or you put down the marker and go, okay, the beige diamond is where I'm going. And then you stop thinking about the red X. The red X is for quests, and the beige diamond is what I'm currently using for not quests.
If that's how you want to play, you're more than welcome to play like that.
I always want my current quest marked, regardless of what other thing I'm doing. I want to know that I can at any point just turn and beeline for the quest and not be lost.
Correct. I also wish for this. I also sometimes have a destination that I want to go to that's not particularly marked by a quest because they told me where to go verbally and they say, go to the top of this mountain. And I look on my map and I find that and I mark that as my quest destination. So any other marker that I want to put anywhere else on the map to indicate this might be diamonds to mine, this might be something else I want to look at, this might be a quest that I skip past because I'm trying to get to the main quest. I want to be able to go directly to that and only pay attention to the red X, which is how I use it. Now, again, I'm not saying that the controls shouldn't be different, but obviously, we both play in different ways, and the game allows both of us to play that way if you looked at the buttons. But you don't.
I shouldn't have to look at the
Well, you want
UI
the buttons
elements
to be
every time I want to
different,
do
so you don't
something.
have
The
to
game
look at
should...
them,
Okay.
And that's fine, but that's what I was asking.
Yeah, no,
If
I
you
also
want the
hate having to hit
buttons to be
LB
the
to
same
interact with
for a
people.
bunch of
I
different
realize
things.
it's a pain point for you to accidentally start quests, but you seem fine with unlocking doors and expending a consumable resource without any prompt.
I didn't say I was fine with that. When you brought it up, I agreed that it should be changed.
Oh, because
I
at first
don't know
it
why you
sounded
said that.
like you thought I was stupid for being upset that a key unlocked a door. Oh, but that was before
Yeah,
you
because
realized
that's what
the
you-
keys were generic.
Right, when you said the keys were generic consumable that you bought, I thought you were referring to the key that I got that's of a name, because you're like, I've only found 3 keys, and I'm like, okay, so you found the key that opens Baron's door, and then you opened Baron's door, like you wanted to know that his door was
No.
locked without the key? That seemed weird, and then you explained, and I was like, oh, okay, cool, I agree with you. That's why I was
Yeah, no,
asking,
'cause-
so I
okay.
could choose whether or not I agree with you.
Okay.
I don't know what you're talking about still, because I'm like, what do you mean you interact with the map and it doesn't work? I'm like, that's not my experience, so I want to know what your experience is, so I can be like,
My
okay, yeah,
experience is
makes sense.
pressing A. If I could disable that on this, I would. I will never use it. It has done nothing but cause me pain because I've moved the marker multiple times without realizing it and wound up like more than a kilometer away from where I was intended to be,
Right, which is not a good experience.
which is frustrating.
And I agree. And that was, again, why I said there are controls that you can remap that I believe the game should allow you to remap. Menu controls is a good example of that. If I change the controls on this map to be whatever ones that I want to interact with, that shouldn't affect how the rest of the game works. So if I want to make Y place the set destination on the map, I should be able to remap it just for the map menu and not have it change how I attack, right?
Right.
So again, that was my question is, did you want them to just force parity between talking to an NPC, picking up, using an item out of your inventory, and using the map, or do you just want to change the map controls? Because those are 2 different things.
So basically, I want to
And if you
change
want
how
both,
every
then
interaction in
again-
this game works already, because none of
Right.
them feel good except for just pressing X to like pick something up or loot a thing. But like to carry a body, you have to LB on it first and then hit A to pick it up instead of just walking up to it, looking at it, and pressing and holding A. Like, why are you adding an extra button to something I could just press and hold A while looking at it and contextually it? No. Hitman does it, and Hitman uses A for almost every interaction in the entire game. Okay,
Yeah, and
not
I
A,
hate
but the
playing
button.
Hitman because of that.
I love it. I love it. That's the best way to do that, in my opinion. But I grew up with one button and a joystick was my first console, right? So like, fucking make your buttons, consistency was important, right? Because there were games specifically for the Sega Genesis that unless you had a 6-button controller for, which almost no one had, were unfucking playable because you didn't have access to like 2/3 of the shit because they used button combinations for everything. It was the game.
Right.
I don't remember the title of the game. The game in question was a specific JRPG that tried to do it without menus to look different. Do you know the game I'm talking about, Ricky?
No.
Okay. Anyway, it was bad. I think I might have known one other person who played it, and they also rented it from the local Blockbuster.
And that's great and all, but I don't think that games made in 2026 should be bound by a convention that was made in 1984 because of people.
1984, that game came out in
games.
like 10 years after the date you said. I wasn't even born yet in 1984, Ricky.
Just because you weren't born doesn't mean the game couldn't have come out. You couldn't have played it later.
I specifically said Sega Genesis. The Genesis didn't come out until 93.
Okay. I don't think a game made in 2026 should be bound by a convention from 1993 or
I
95
agree.
or
They should have
2003
advanced, but
or
one of those
2011
advancements
or
is let me
2020.
customize my fucking controls.
I agree.
Right? Like either
I already agreed with you.
Right. But the thing is, you either need to follow convention or allow customization. Because
Disagree.
and we can agree to disagree on that. But my thing
fair.
is, unless you're trying to follow some, like for instance, I played a game once where by default you used the right control stick to walk and the left one to look around. And if they hadn't let me swap those, I wouldn't have been able to play that game.
Okay.
That's completely backwards.
So?
My experience is not unique. That's the point.
So that's my point. Just because you can't play a game doesn't mean that the game should never have existed in that manner. That doesn't make sense.
That's
There's a
not
lot of
what I
games that
said.
can't and don't play.
That's not what I said.
Okay, what you said was a game should either adhere to a convention or allow me to alter it.
Well,
And I
right,
said,
but this
no,
is,
it
but this
shouldn't. The
is,
game should
but
be able
this
to do
is
whatever
okay.
it
Time
wants
out,
to do
time
because
out,
it
time
has
out,
nothing to
time
do
out,
with it.
time out, time out, time out. Okay, this is all from the perspective of if you want a community to play your game and continue playing your game and love your game. In
Again,
my opinion,
disagree. There's people that play games that have control schemes that a lot of people don't like.
Mm-hmm.
And
how many people have heard of those games?
Most of those
or
people.
give a shit.
I think Elden Ring is one of those games.
Elden Ring has very straightforward controls.
And I think there's some of the worst controls for a lot of the things you can do in that game. I think
I thought the controls for that game were great. Because they were consistent.
Yeah. No, because you didn't use most of them.
Like what?
Like spell casting.
Well, yeah, because I wasn't playing a spellcaster.
Like using items in combat.
I used items in combat all the time at the end.
Yeah, and you had 2 items that weren't your flasks. There are 8 item slots, and you consistently complained about having to be able to go through all of the items to get to the item you want, and if you missed one, you had to go back through the whole wheel again because there's only one button to swap the item, and it's down on the
Okay, it's
D-pad.
bad that it only goes one direction, but it's consistent.
I don't think consistency means your game should just be dog shit. It's consistent with every other Dark Souls game. The other 3 Dark Souls games played remarkably similar to that in control scheme.
I feel like they played. Well, okay. So what I'm gonna say isn't necessarily fair to the 2 Dark Souls games I played, 1 and 3. But I feel like Elden Ring was better. But I feel like the physics simulation was better in Elden Ring, which is why things felt.
I'm not saying Elden Ring wasn't better than those games. I'm saying the way you use items and the way you use magic and the way you switch weaponry and stuff in those games is the exact same system in Elden Ring. And that was created when Dark Souls 1 came out, and they never ever changed it because they wanted to be consistent. And I think they should have because it fucking sucks.
You know what? I am actually, I think at this point, because this is kind of, because you are staunchly against consistency, it seems, which is.
I'm not staunchly against consistency. I'm staunchly against consistency for consistency's sake. If you're going to make your game the same way that someone else made their game, just because it's the same, and not
Oh,
because
no. I mean to itself. I mean the game
that.
should be consistent unto itself, not to other shit.
Right. I agree on the internal consistency. And again, when you were asking about the map thing, I was asking you specifically what you meant, because for me, the map is internally consistent. A is to confirm an action. If I press Y to teleport, it's going to bring up a confirm prompt, and the confirm prompt is going to be A to confirm. You are talking about using the teleporter specifically itself, right? Which
On the map, which is an interact to me, not a use.
A confirm, because it is an interact, but there are multiple contextual interacts in this game, and not all of them are X.
Right, which I think is clunky.
Right, but there are multiple different types of interactions in this game. For example, if I want to inspect an item or a piece of gear or a letter that I got, that's why. So if I'm in my inventory menu and I'm like, I want to have a deeper interaction with one thing in this inventory menu, I'm going to press Y. If I want to have a deeper interaction with something in the map, I'm going to press Y. If I want to have a deeper interaction with something in the journal,
I didn't
I'm
realize
press Y. So for me, it is internally consistent.
time out. I didn't realize Y was inspect because I always have to look for it because fucking in most games it's part of the use menu.
Correct. Which again, I'm not saying that what you said is wrong or not good. I agree with what you said. It should be consistent. If it feels like it's not consistent to you, then maybe there should be a way to adjust it so that it is consistent. Or the developers should consider what these things actually mean in other people's minds when it comes to consistency. I agree with that. Like, right? And I agree that between using items and throwing like throwable items and like picking between arrow sets, whatever, in Elden Ring and using magic, those systems are consistent with each other, but they're both dog shit.
Yeah. No,
right?
I
preferred for
agree.
them
There
to
are better
change
ways to
one
do all
or
of
the
that.
other, so that using magic was completely different from using items or arrows or whatever. If it meant that it would make magic better, I would rather them break internal consistency to make their game better than to keep internal consistency and make the game not good.
Well, but you also
that
have
was
to
more what I
consider,
mean.
if they had chose a different, better way to do both items and magic that was consistent, it would have been fine. But they're bullshit.
Correct. But that's what I'm saying. I would have rather them half-ass fix one than do nothing. Right? I think half-assing a solution is better than doing nothing. It would be better to full-ass a good solution.
I was going to say,
if you only have enough development time to make a good magic system, or make a good item system, or make a good projectile system, and you have to pick one, and you're like, well, we can only pick one, so we should just not make anything better and make the game bad. I think that's dumb. I mean, agree to disagree on that, that's cool, but like, I don't think that makes any sense. Why would you not make part of your game better? And then the next time you use the same engine or the same type of thing, you can just pick another thing to make better.
Right.
Another thing to make better. That's what KCD2 did. KCD2
That's what Bethesda does with the
KCD1.
creation engine. The creation engine has made, for as little progress as their games seem to have made sometimes, the creation engine is a phenomenal piece of technology.
Agreed. Super agreed.
The
fact that they were even able to make something that looks like Starfield with the creation engine, I think should give you, like, regardless of whether you like don't like the story or the character models or whatever other part of the game that you dislike about it, like, you cannot deny that they took a game that they used to make damn near 2.5D RPGs and made a universe
with a shipbuilder that
runs.
set a new standard for how to do like Corvette-sized ships.
Right.
And I genuinely mean that, chat. Look at No Man's Sky and their new Corvette system. It looks remarkably similar. And the devs even mentioned, if I remember correctly, I think we talked about this the other day, that
they modified how they were doing. The first wave of their Corvette system was still the same because it was already in development. But the second major update they did to their system was modeled heavily after the way the Starfield did.
Because they said, oh yeah, no, they solved a bunch of problems before they ran into them that we were going to run into, and we decided not to. Basically.
Basically. Which I think is great.
Yeah. and the funny thing is,
I love that for them.
Yeah. Well, and the funny thing is, if I feel like if the developers at Bethesda were to hear that, the guys, specifically like the guys who worked on that, they'd be like, fuck yeah, we love that game.
Right.
Because
honestly, I feel like the developers at Bethesda should get more praise for a lot of the stuff that they've done, a lot of these games. And again, I have my own personal opinions on how like some of the things were handled in Starfield and the development of that game. But like, you cannot deny that they put in a lot of work to use a technology that was never designed to do the thing they were doing and made it do it. Like, again,
and
I have not seen a lot of complaints that the major complaints that I have heard that I personally agree with about Starfield were, one, the story did not seem to fit the vision of what was described as a connected story. It did feel, for me, it felt like Skyrim, but like a little bit less of like the emergent stuff, because there was a lot of like places that were just empty because it was empty space, and so it didn't feel like you had as much emergent stuff happening to you as frequently as you do in Skyrim, because there was a lot of empty space, which was by design. And a connected story would have been a better through line for that, and I didn't feel like the story serviced that element as good as I would have wanted. Another one was combat didn't feel necessarily as punchy or as impactful as what it looked like in some of the visuals that they showed about the game beforehand, which I agree, but I also levied that criticism against Cyberpunk 2077 because it does feel like a lot of the combat is not necessarily as grounded or as punchy as it could have been with what they had access to. And then the third thing was the UIs. right? The UIs felt like they either gave too much information, or not enough information, or not enough control of what you were trying to do for the things that you were doing in that game, such as being a interdimensional pack mule, right? Or interplanetary.
Well, and I think
you're flying around all these
part of
and stuff and trying to manage your base and everything.
I think part of the fault of that is, and okay, hear me in my entirety and then yell at me. But I think part of the fault of their struggle with making a good UI is the modding community, because there are 3 distinct styles of UI that emerge from the modding community for every Bethesda title. Minimalist, infographic, and theme. Like themed, right?
Oh, okay, yeah.
Right, like the heavily themed one. You know what I'm talking about. So the infographic is the one you're talking about, the spreadsheet. It has every piece of data you might conceivably want. Right?
Yeah.
And then there's the minimalist one, which might have a compass on it. And the menus are severely redacted. Yeah. And then you have...
there's like 50 people here. Sorry, I'm listening, but I'm also...
No, you're all good. But yeah, so it's one of those things where Bethesda goes, okay, so the modding community always makes new UIs for our games. So we should probably look at the modding community and see what kind of UIs people are actually using and liking. And people use all 3 of those styles, depending on the person. So if you're the guy designing the UI at Bethesda, you're kind of putting it, well, fuck me, I guess, situation.
Yeah, UI design and UX design is incredibly difficult and time-consuming and confusing. And I feel like the best way that they could have addressed that prior to launch with Starfield is to give some internal UI customization. And by that I mean like there are a lot of like, oh, I don't want to have like this heads-up display element, right? I don't want to show like my health bar. I don't want to show damage numbers.
And that's the one thing I think
that's external,
right?
But like you could have had that for like, oh, I want to have like a detailed mode for my UI internally, right? Where I want to see all the details of this item, and that's an option that I could have or not have, or like something like that. Where obviously the modding community is still going to get their hands on it and make adjustments because people want to customize, and Bethesda allows them to.
Right.
But giving you some like kind of safer like fallback of, okay, maybe you do want to know everything that's going on with this item. Like, let's do that. And if you don't want to know everything that's going on with the item, then you toggle it off, and then you don't have to see.
Right.
Or maybe give like an inspect where you can actually inspect an item and see all the different things about it.
And that's I actually kind of reached out to, like, because when they first launched Starfield, I played it, like, on launch day.
Right.
Unlike Cyberpunk, which I played 3 months after launch, and they had fixed the issue with combat already. Because combat in Cyberpunk. Combat in Cyberpunk. Combat in Cyberpunk now, I think, feels really good. Melee combat feels really punchy.
I want to play it myself, and I have been intending to do that since 2.0, but from what I've seen of the melee combat, it doesn't look like they've changed the things that bother me about it.
That's fair.
They've added, like, obviously some more, like, you got the fist upgrades, and you can do, like, more punchy stuff, and, like, there's more, like, screen effects and stuff, but, like, I still think fundamentally they're, like, kind of gliding around from person to person and, like, swinging through them. Because it's just, the engine's just for that. It's not, I mean, not necessarily the engine, but, like, the way they are making use of it. Like, there's no...
Oh, yeah, no. They definitely leaned into cinematic combat over...
Right. Like, it looks flashier than it feels to play for me, and I don't care if my game looks flashy, I want it to feel good.
See, and for a lot of people, looking good is feeling good, which is strange.
Right. And again, that's no hate on Cyberpunk. Not to, if you like it, you want to try to play it, enjoy it, please. I like CD Projekt Red, despite things they have done. Like, I believe they deserve some more money.
As a person who is actively playing a Cyberpunk tabletop campaign, we'll be playing later tonight, in fact. And as a person who recently acquired, I say recently, it was probably 6 months or better ago. Phantom Liberty, it was the last time I was playing Cyberpunk on stream, and then I realized how long it was going to take to get to Phantom Liberty, and I realized you
Yeah, I
can
remember
just
you told me
jump.
that you needed to replay and
Yeah.
you didn't want to jump because you had your stuff. We talked about that on stream, actually. Yeah.
Oh, did we? Okay. Yeah, but like, man, I've really enjoyed the Cyberpunk experience overall, even from early doors. There were things that weren't, super polished about it. Like I said, I played shortly after launch. I did experience a game-breaking bug with a quest line that kept me from getting one ending, which was upsetting. But outside of that, I think I got all but 2 of the endings that existed at that time. And basically they were both broken because of the quest. Because you have to complete all of Johnny's friends' missions to get the 2 Johnny quests. Like the 2 hidden ones, or buried ones, or whatever.
Got it.
Or endings, or whatever, however you want to say it, right? And, one of the people I was supposed to meet up with Johnny, or for Johnny, for, like, one of his, like, companion, like, one of his old friends, they just weren't fucking there.
Oh, yeah.
And I loaded a save prior to even starting that quest, and triggered that quest. They still weren't there. So something broke much earlier that just made them go.
Yeah, that sucks.
Yeah. But it also could have been something I did because I had a penchant for throwing around grenades in the early hours of that game.
Sure.
To the point where I actually fucked up the start of Judy's quest doing that because I didn't realize I had thrown a grenade through her apartment window before I ever met her. Which is crazy. But yeah. I will say, so far, really my only complaint about this game is some of the controls. Everything else seems good. There are people who are definitely going to struggle because it is not hand-holdy at all.
Yeah, I've seen people, like, bounce off because of the fucking puzzles. And again, it's one of those things that I feel like I'm of two minds about. The people who believe that a game that feel entitled to a game, I think is how it is, where the game should be good for them to play, and if that means that other people are gate kept out of it, it's fine. But when they're gate kept out of it, it's not fine. And I think actually Asmongold is a good example of this because he's basically bounced off this game at this point. And like, he's one of those people who, was saying like, games, shouldn't have yellow paint and shouldn't be hand-holdy, and if a boss is hard, just like, get good or whatever. And he has other like nuanced opinions about how difficulty should work and like how interactions should be that I definitely agree with. And I think that like this game doesn't do some of those and could probably be helped if it did do those. But like, for you to skip through a lot of like the story parts and a lot of dialogue and skip past the minimal explanations that they do give you about how puzzles and stuff work, and then not be able to complete like part of a game or like part of a puzzle or something, and that frustrate you until you stop playing. Other people have had similar complaints about other aspects of games that you've played that you enjoyed. Like, Elden Ring's difficulty for certain bosses, for as an example. And you know, for you to be like, yeah, I think it doesn't matter. The game's just hard. You should just figure out what things to use and then like get over it, right? Or maybe the game's not for you. And then for you to then like, you know, come and say this game, is not good or bad or horrible or shouldn't be played or whatever because you can't figure out how to do a puzzle, I don't think is like a fair way to go about criticism. Right?
I don't think so
Like,
either. Also,
either
I
those
will
games are
say
bad
historically, Asmon, not a puzzle guy.
Yeah, he's not good at playing games. He isn't. Like, he's very like anybody who's watched him knows that he's very bad at playing games. He's not a good player. And that's like not that's a very well known thing. And he's even said this before. Like he spent the vast majority of the time when he was playing video games playing World of Warcraft, a tab-targeted MMO. Right? So managing resources, maybe. Managing like a guild of people or a clan of people or like a group of like, you know, NPC, whatever, maybe good at that. Like being able to figure out like what item or whatever is going to be particularly like strong based on like some other indications, maybe that. But actively like playing video games and doing puzzles and like listening to narratives and all that stuff, like if it doesn't come in a cinematic, you don't know what's going on.
Right.
If it's not told to you exactly how to solve a puzzle, you're not going to figure it out. And even if it is, you're probably still going to ask your chat about it, right? So it's like, this isn't a game for you. It looks like it's a game for you because it's a guy with sword fighting other guys with other sword and tearing up land and doing a bunch of cool shit. But there's a lot of other parts of this game that are none of that.
Right. Well, and it's like people
parts are for you.
bounced off of Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom, more Tears of the Kingdom than Breath of the Wild, because the puzzle difficulty in that game skyrocketed.
Right.
Because suddenly, you have to actually build a device to solve a puzzle. Good luck, bud.
Right.
Right.
Well, like the thing I told you about with the guy who was complaining that it didn't necessarily feel like a Zelda game because like all the dungeons felt very tutorially, and it's like you're still in the tutorial. Like you think you're not in the tutorial because you've been to like 5 of these, and it's like, no, you.
If you are still getting new mechanics, it's a tutorial, bud.
Right. And you know, it's like, again, are these valid criticisms for how the game like feels in certain areas or certain aspects of it? Probably. Right? It's probably a valid criticism to say this doesn't necessarily feel like a Zelda, like traditional Zelda RPG title right now because it's hand holding you through a bunch of dungeons, feeding you mechanics because you're going to need a shit ton of mechanics to play the rest of this game. I agree that probably doesn't feel like a traditional Zelda experience. But when you're done with that, it's probably going to feel more like that. Right?
Yeah, the dungeons
like
in
Zelda plus new.
Right. The dungeons in both those games feel very different than like older school traditional dungeons, but that's because they're intended to be able to be done in any order. So if you're taking a franchise that was formerly incredibly linear, every once in a while you could like do dungeons in a different order, right? But it hasn't been since the first Legend of Zelda game that you could genuinely just go and walk into any dungeon whether you were ready for it or not.
Right.
Right? Like Breath of the Wild, Tears of the Kingdom sort of brought that back, and people don't realize they are the most like the OG Zelda games of all of the Zelda games.
Never thought I'd work alongside a Grammy.
Right, because again, and that's, I think, fairer to give to them on that account. Like, most people didn't spend a lot of their time playing the OG Zelda games.
Right.
Because they're not a lot of them, comparatively.
And it's specifically one game. The Legend of Zelda.
Right.
The first one.
So, like, most of the people who've played any Zelda game have spent a lot of time playing games that are not at all like Breath of the Wild or Tears of the Kingdom.
Right.
So to say, like,
most
this doesn't
people
feel like any of the Zelda games I've played before, you're right.
Yeah, you're right.
Should it? Maybe. That's another thing that, like, I normally will give to people. Like, if they're gonna change everything to the point that it's such a substantially different game that maybe it shouldn't be a Zelda title and it should be something else, I agree. I don't think that every like title and franchise and thing needs to be extended ad infinitum just because people have nostalgia. That's my opinion.
I agree.
I know other people would be like, if Nintendo stopped making Zelda games, they would explode.
I
But,
don't.
like,
Yeah, I don't
Nintendo's
think.
never
I don't
made
think
another
Zelda is a
game.
good example of a game you should stop making.
Well, I mean, again, they can keep making it and they can keep making money off of it, so they are gonna keep making it. But
Right.
For me, if Nintendo was like, we're done with Zelda, we finished making Zelda games, we're gonna make a new IP, and it's gonna have all these new mechanics and be this and not be Zelda, and they just don't make any more Zelda games. Okay, we had Zelda, it's still there, you can go back and play it if you want, and move on, right?
Right.
Other people are like, no, I want them to keep making Zelda because I want my kids to play 4D Zelda on VR when they grow up. Okay, fine. Agree to disagree.
My thing with Zelda is, unlike many other series that Nintendo have done, they've always used Zelda as a experimental playground for new technology they're implementing in game engine, as well as new gameplay mechanics, basically, right? Zelda, since Ocarina of Time, every Zelda has been kind of a tech demo for something, including Majora's Mask, which most people don't realize, but they updated the lighting engine for that game to make the fucking moon thing scary. There's a lighting update between Ocarina of Time and Majora's Mask. Other than that, the game is substantially the same, using even the same assets in a lot of places for the characters, right?
Yeah.
I think Twilight Princess was the first Nintendo game to have a physics engine that wasn't based on the Mario platforming physics. They do new shit with the Zelda franchise all the time. So when people are like, well, it's not like the Zelda I remember. No Zelda is like the Zelda before it. In sometimes big ways and sometimes small ways. But as someone who grew up with that franchise, and my understanding of gaming technology in early days was entirely through what Zelda could do. Because, I mean, let's face it, they were on the cutting edge of a lot of adventure RPG stuff, which I like a lot.
Right.
But yeah, it's always plus then they would stop making new Zelda music, which has, with the exception of the stuff from the CDI, just pretty much always been good.
They can keep making good music for another game.
Oh, no. I definitely think they should branch out and make other new games. But I think for stuff that you're doing technical experimentation or mechanic experimentation with, utilizing a product that's familiar to you and loved by other people might not be a bad way to do that.
I disagree. I think using a beloved IP as a tech demo for technology that people may or may not enjoy, or want to play anymore is probably not a good idea.
It's fair.
It has, in fact, hurt the Zelda series multiple times in the past. And it probably will in the future as we go into the other technology. If they put DLSS 5 in the new Zelda,
they won't.
Yeah. It's at that point, is that a good idea?
They won't. I saw a thing. Actually, let me see if it's still in my recent Twitter. Because when I was scrolling Twitter on the in the bathroom when I was fixing my hair and shit. Because I don't know if you're aware of this, chat, but when you're trying to grow out a beard, even if you're not on camera, right? If you're trying to grow it long, you need to brush that thing 6 times a fucking day. If your hair's curly like mine, at least. Otherwise, it tries to braid itself. Okay, well, I'm not finding it. But a engineer at Bethesda has reportedly said that they're already planning on removing DLSS 5 features from basically everything they were going to implement it in due to public backlash.
Yeah, I'm sure they are.
Oh, and I'm like, that's just correct. Like,
I said this last time that there was only two options for this. Either it was something they were revealing because they were just going to push it and not care what backlash was, or they were going to push it, wait for the backlash, and then take one step back and then still add a bunch of other features that people didn't want, which is what they've done with every other thing ever.
Well, or conversely,
they put this out, took the backlash, and okay, cool. Now we're not going to jump all the way to using Gen AI on every single frame of your game, but we are going to start using generative AI in other parts of the game, and we're just not going to say anything about it, which is what they did with the original DLSS technology, because it was originally based off of a neural network managed system and then got switched to what it is now, which is not that.
Right.
And then they're trying to switch it to another thing, which is not what it was before. But it is the thing that their GPUs are used most for, which means they have the most data for it. They have more data for using generative AI, like image generation with LLMs, than they even do for their transformer model for existing DLSS. So what the fuck is this? Anyway, he probably was. I believe him. But
yeah, no, there's an audio.
Where...
Like, we can listen to the audio of the interview. Holy shit!
The audio.
Oh, I don't want to either. So, okay, so FEMA's head of response recovery, Greg Phillips, says he was teleported 50 miles to a Waffle House. He described the bizarre experience as, quote, real and, quote, no fun.
I believe it.
Man, like, everybody's
I believe that with no evidence immediately.
Look.
Looking.
I don't necessarily believe it without evidence, but I believe it is possible.
Okay.
I believe things like that can happen, but he's affiliated with the government. So what is he allegedly, what is he trying to have an alibi for? He works for the government. He's got to be lying.
Okay.
But like when Bill Clinton was getting his dick sucked, right? And everybody's like, oh no, Bill Clinton's getting his dick sucked. And I'm like, okay, but what else is going on? Like, I was like, I don't remember how old I was, but I went.
I'm going to be honest. I don't think I cared.
Cheated on. Well, so I was older than you when that happened.
Okay, so age determines how much you care about Bill Clinton's penis?
No. Age determines how much you're. I didn't care about him getting his dick sucked. Correct.
Okay, cool.
But it made me curious. Why are they trying so hard to make everyone else care? Because other people are like, oh yeah, all this is coming out. And to me, a person who, you know, doesn't people, I immediately went, nobody should care about this. They're trying really hard to make everyone care about this. Why are they trying really hard to make everyone care about this? I found out later as an adult, it's because we were selling technology to China that the powers that be didn't really want anybody to know what's going on at the time.
Fair enough.
That technology, by the way, was ballistic missile technology.
You do like that sometimes.
Yeah. So, like, and then my whole life I've been like, of course aliens are real. It'd be crazy if they weren't. Right? And now the government's like, yeah, we know they're aliens. We know.
Yeah, of course.
Right? And I'm like, yeah, of course you do. You knew before the rest of us because you have all the stuff to, Plus, like, stereotypically, they want to talk to the leadership. They're not going to come hang out with me. Right?
Which I think is honestly, it really depends on how evolution works. Right? Like, if they evolved similarly in the way that we evolved, such that parts of the way of their logical systems are similar to how we are, because that's just what it looks like when you go up. And they could either be ahead of or behind us or whatever, right? But if they've ever been at where we are, they probably don't. Probably don't want to talk to leadership.
That's fair.
Like, because, like, humans, like, the first thing we do when we go to the location is, like, we want to scour, like, every inch of the land and find out what all of the different, like, wildlife is, like, what all the different individual, like, but the leadership is, like, the last thing that we get involved with unless they have oil.
You were right.
Well, no. But I'm saying by the time they start making contact, right? The trope is take me to your leader.
Like, yes, the stereotypical trope from movies. But I mean, like, in actuality, if they were aliens, like, they probably would have, like, landed on the ground somewhere in Kansas and checked out what crops were growing and then left.
Right. That's why we have crop circles and shit. Well, that really good college friends.
Machinery.
Right.
But I mean, again, if crop circles were signs of aliens visiting, it would make sense. Like, a lot of people like say like, well, if aliens exist, why do they only like land in huge like farmland areas and rural areas? And, like, first of all, they need landing space.
You stink of trouble.
Right. I was gonna say they need landing space.
Would you land in New York City, a city that smells like piss, where everybody's mean and nobody wants to communicate with you, that doesn't have any wildlife or any fauna or flora to speak of? Or
yeah, Kansas isn't any better than that.
Or would you want to go to where they have like crops and animals and insects and other things that you might want to know about the place that you're at? Like, how would we know if the soil was good for growing things here if you checked in California desert? Right? Like, what information would it behoove you to go hang out in Vegas? Like, it's like, make it make sense.
Searching for a sturdy blade?
Right.
Dahlia, will you buy the garbage out of my inventory? Yes, you will. Good job. No, I don't need this frog.
The dark red dye I made is a collectible and not a real dye. It's a decoration.
That makes sense.
No, because I found a guy who's supposed to be able to dye my clothes, but he can't use the dye he makes.
That doesn't make sense.
I was wondering where this went. I had him make this dye to dye my gauntlets red.
Beer gives me ice resist.
Sounds pretty good.
That's fair. Poison arrow, yes.
Nope, we want the logging axe. Fleece, I thought that was cotton. I thought we were in the cotton fields again, Ricky. I was scared.
Now I have more money good.
Wait, I have a bunch of bags of beans and barley, and I know of a soup in real life called bean and barley soup. Should I try to make bean and barley soup in the game? By experimenting.
Sure.
Which is a way you can unlock crafting recipes for food, apparently.
Yep.
Oh, I can't sell this Blue Jay to him. Okay.
All my weapons are crafted with care.
What?
I have a Blue Jay in my pocket.
Okay.
Good luck to you.
It shows I have bags of money in my pocket.
Yep. So there are a couple of different things I actually use the bags of money for. You can use them in your inventory and get money out of them, or you can give them to people and improve their disposition towards you. Using the bags to improve disposition seems to give more than the disposition than giving the amount of money around that which you get out of the bag. In my experience.
Yeah, I give people junk that I don't want to make them happy with me and not bags of my money.
I guess I'm more like Robin Hood than you then, because I just walk around distributing bags of coppers to people.
My forge never rests. Come back soon.
It's been really
I will probably
helpful.
never give away money in this game other than a single coin to a beggar because they deserve it for all their hard work sitting outside in the sun.
Need repairs?
Carl? I'm not giving Carl shit.
Put it here, I'll see to it. Stay and see what skill and fire can create.
Man, if I wasn't immediately getting rid of this Blue Scout hat. And why would I upgrade the pickaxe?
Stay. I'll be here.
I mean, you can use it
Ready
as
for
a
your next
weapon,
job.
but you really shouldn't. It's bad. I
Maybe
tried.
it makes it easier or faster or better in some way to mine materials.
Unless it gives more materials, everything breaks in one hit that I've found so far.
That's what I was meaning, like gives more materials.
And if it does that, I'm all over it. It might be worth doing that just to check and see if that's a thing, actually. See, it says broken, but one of you assholes told me you could fix broken clothes. Was it you?
Let me know if something piques your interest.
Doesn't seem to be. Okay. Fur cloak. Awesome.
Hope it's to your liking.
I just spent far too much money on a cloak. But it's got a fur collar.
Okay.
I'm a sucker for a fur
You're
collar.
sure
you
to
know
find
this.
something fitting here. Let me know if something piques. Oh, visitors like you are a rare treasure.
So in-town
Potatoes are as
performance
common as
seems to go
bread
down
in
some,
Hanan.
but
Yeah.
so I can't show this on stream, Ricky. I don't think. It's just like a training mannequin, like a medical training mannequin. It's just of a variety I've never seen before. Because I've only seen CPR mannequins. I didn't know this kind existed.
Okay, yeah, I know of them, but I've never seen one.
Did you watch till
Like
the
in
end?
person.
In Hanan, we have potatoes with most meals.
I'm still watching.
Okay.
4 seconds.
Because the end is the best part.
Is it?
I think so. The hand comes out and shakes. It's a boy.
Well, right, because they're pushing through from the
Right.
other side.
In Hanan, we have
They have
potatoes
to,
with
right.
most meals.
And like I'd imagine like that makes a lot of sense from like a training perspective,
day.
especially for like paramedics and shit who might have to do that shit like
blessings and all.
in someone's living room.
Right.
Nice boots.
It's a medical mannequin for teaching someone how to deliver a baby, I'm assuming in the field.
Cat got your tongue?
Oh, I can just walk in this house. Okay. I love that I can just walk around and randomly kick shit. Fuck whatever that was on the table. I just kicked it off. Hang on. Treasure chest, you say? In this building, you say? Chat, I know what we must do. Did I sell my mask? God damn it.
What in blazes?
All are welcome under my roof.
What about under your skirt?
Care for a hot meal or a mug of ale?
Ooh, you sell... Man, these recipes are expensive.
Enjoy your stay. My thanks. Yeah, rest your boat. My inn is always open to you.
Where am I supposed to be going right now?
I've just realized why I didn't know A was examine, Ricky. Or why Y is inspect. Because I always have to use A to do it, to examine for the recipes. So that's the loop in my mind, not examining just a regular thing. Which is why that surprised me.
That makes sense.
Because, yeah, the recipes work different than looking at anything else in your inventory, which probably shouldn't be the case.
There must be better things to look at.
Like, I can't think of a good reason why it would be different, so why make it different?
It's because A is use, and the only thing you can do to use a recipe is to read it. But I agree that probably it should just not be usable.
Make yourself at home.
Right, it should just be inspect, yeah.
Like, the pot. If I pick up a random pot, I can't use it. I mean, I also can't use it, but, like, that's what it should be. I agree with that. But it's because it's used.
Sit. Make yourself. If
I
you
mean, that
fancy a
makes
tickle,
sense. That
my
just...
door's always open.
It makes sense, I just don't like it.
How are you?
Right, right, yeah. That one.
Hail and well met.
Friend?
Out with it then.
Maybe above?
Hail and well met. Greetings, stranger.
A serendipitous meeting.
Oh, I can
Good
see
day
the
for
shit
drinking.
from the sky. That's crazy.
Friend, staying alive is worth more than any victory. And better still, if we can end it without spilling blood.
Gambling den guard. Oh.
Did you already find a gambling den?
I'm going for
Morrow,
the little
friend.
question marks on the map because all of the vendors
Fine
sell
day, isn't it?
inventory expansions.
Oh, really? Okay.
Hail and well met.
But all of the
Hail,
question marks
stranger.
aren't necessarily vendors.
Right.
Yeah, what do you want? Seems the Cremains mean to make Hernan their permanent home.
Who do I talk to in here to gamble?
Hello, stranger.
Morrow, friend.
Hello to you.
Oh, spend 15 silver to just sit down, and these men are just looking at a cup full of sticks. I think I'm gonna maybe not spend 15 silver right now. Letter there, but I can't pick it up.
Every warrior counts on the weapon at their side. Good choice. Will save your life out there. Every warrior. My skills are always at your disposal.
Memories of Abundance grants knowledge of hidden places. Acquired knowledge, Azure Moon Labyrinth, and 7 more knowledge acquired? That just put 8 locations, secret locations on my map. Where the fuck did I find that? That was useful.
Oh, Jesus.
It looked like, okay, so you know the weird, like, cubic structures Gallium makes when it hardens in crystal form? It looked like that, but made of the same shit that, like, all the other Abyss artifacts are made from.
Okay.
All right, I just learned to make a fuckload of one-handed weapons.
Greetings.
Okay.
I bought a red jacket. It's a red jacketed book that one of the vendors sells. That it's called something about the crafting of. Yeah, one-handed weapons of the world is the name of the book.
Oh, okay, that's cool.
And it costs like 2 silver. But I have a haunting suspicion that, like in most games like this, collecting raw materials and refining them into weapons and selling them probably makes a decent amount of money. Especially if the economy in this is such where they need different things in different areas that aren't just trade goods. Because I know you can do Teamster shit in the game.
What does that mean?
So Teamsters are people who run teams of animals, typically to drive merchandise across the thing. The modern Teamsters Union, which is the Truckers Union, is based on the antiquated word, but essentially, you're the logistics that get shit to merchants in this sort of era as a Teamster. So if that extends to beyond just trade goods, because I know there's from what I've seen, a pretty robust system for like trade goods once you get a little deeper into the game. From what was it, Spiff? Did Spiff talk about that in his video?
Non-trade good things sometimes. Like there's some.
You're welcome at my smithy anytime.
Okay. Oh. I love seeing holes in the floor I can't open.
Knowing a recipe. Oh, I'm supposed to be infiltrating. Okay, well then I'm just gonna land on the roof.
The master of the anvil stands before you. Stay. I'll be here.
It's not
Ready for
much
your next
iron
job.
or copper to make a sword, and the swords I feel, yeah. So there is probably just in some basic, like if you know the stuff, instead of selling ore, if you don't need it, it might be worth turning into swords and shit and just selling to the smith. Fuck. Or the armor, or, you know it.
Right.
Oh, I found the apothecary. I am almost certain. Either that or it's a gift shop. He's got shiny rocks and flowers.
Rise to your heart's content, friend.
Provisioner's shop. Provisioner's shop. Sorry, misspoke. Well, you sell a small
Quality
bag.
is guaranteed.
Oh no! I found the fishing rod, Ricky.
Don't talk to me about fishing. I've been avoiding it.
He has all the tools for the other jobs, it looks like. Because he also has a rake, which I didn't have, a hoe, which I didn't have, and a pitchfork, which I didn't have, and a farming scythe, if there's a way to use scythes as weapons. I love how you can learn about things just by, like, looking at them in a shop.
Yeah.
Like, these dolls probably make good gifts to, like, children. Like, if at some point you have to make, like, the king's daughter happy or something, and it's, like, a 8-year-old girl. Yeah, I'm gonna come back and buy one of these dolls and just give her a doll. And probably a weapon, because...
It's got an eye for quality. Fine choice.
I think
I've got some new wares.
Rod. I can
Make sure you
double-check
take a look.
I mean, it has an attack of 8. The sword, the fancy rapier well, I guess fencing saber technically, or basket hilt saber.
Yeah.
Is only 13.
Is there anything special you're after? Should you need anything, you know where to find me.
I didn't buy the fishing pole. I should probably buy the fishing pole.
Looking for something in particular?
Man, I hope the fishing in this is good.
You've got an eye for quality. Name it, and please
I hope it's
come
not.
again anytime.
Said I'm gonna stop playing the rest of the game.
You know what? Fair.
Need the game to save me from myself.
No, stop hitting everything in the shop. I wanted that. Yeah, that's not right. The fishing rod goes in the bow spot. Oh, I accidentally broke his table. You know what? Holding right trigger to pull out my fishing rod that's just on my back is kind of phenomenal. Hang on.
Good day.
Well, well. Look what the cat puked up.
What, that cat
Everyone knows
puked up?
goblins
Fuck
are cunning.
Alright, let's go kill people with a farming scythe. Okay, real talk though, it has a really similar attack pattern to the scythe in Elden Ring, where it swings left, right, and then a big swing, like in a circle. At a pretty good speed. So there are probably scythe weapons. Like, more specifically, scythes made for war, as opposed to this one is called a farming scythe. But yeah, like the pickaxe, to attack a person with it, it swings the exact same way you would swing, like, to mine. Right? This is not how you use a farming scythe. Right, you can climb into hay bales. Man, I did too good of a job of clearing all the assholes out of the area, I think. I'm having difficulty finding someone to... Ooh, here's someone.
More guts than brains. This is a beating you'll remember.
Oh my god. The finisher brings it straight down like an axe with the tip of the scythe going into their head.
I think you may be outnumbered.
Oh yeah, there are finisher combos for this son of a bitch. It feels not terrible. And I don't like that it feels not... The farming scythe should feel bad.
No need to watch your tongue. I won't let your secret slip.
I can sell unpackaged trade goods to this motherfucker. He still won't buy the Blue Jay, though.
No need to watch your tongue. Until we meet again.
He's a black market fence.
Master that kick.
He'll take trade goods and stolen stuff, apparently, it seems.
Hello. Let it simmer and the flavor runs deep and hearty.
No stable is complete without my superior tack.
Oh, I found the tack shop.
I hope it serves you well wherever the road takes you. No stable is complete. If you have time, feel free to browse again.
Hail, stranger.
See, there's still a secret somewhere here in town, too.
I should hand you to the jailer.
You can try to hand me to the jailer if you want. I'm gonna shove this scythe up your ass sideways, though. I'm actually gonna switch off of the scythe because it is not as effective of a weapon for sure. I do like how I can tell what I have equipped because I can see it on, like, my character. So I know I can just do that to switch to the spear because it's on my back, and that my bow isn't going to work because I can see my fishing rod.
or else.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Right. I mean, this fishing dock is oh, I guess it is occupied by bandits. Okay. Well, we'll take care of them in a minute. But first, you said fishing dock, and I have a pole. It's moving the right stick in a circle, not the left stick. That's good. Damn it. It is a complex and so far satisfying fishing mechanic. Do not buy a pole, Ricky.
Fuck.
It's, man, you control how fast you reel, you control what angle you have your pole at, and when a fish hits, you trigger to set the hook and pull back. Oh. Hey, have you ever played Cabela's Pro Fishing from like 2014?
Yes, I think so.
It controls a lot like that, which is surprising because that was that whole game. I caught a almost 40-centimeter tench. Fish that requires some practice to catch. It is known for its sturdy, stocky build and bright green color, highly resilient and adaptable. It is said to be largely unaffected by water temperature. It scours the floor with its mouth in search of food. Okay, so this is a scavenger. It's not kosher. I don't know if that's going to be important to any of the people in this world.
I'm sure.
But it very
I'm
much...
already in the middle of infiltrating a religious cult. Yeah. I imagine one of them.
I'm gonna chop you up, son.
Back to something, man.
Back to the shithole, you crud! You pathetic mutts!
Okay, I have to remember how combat works in this.
This is your end, Redane! You expecting me to kiss it better?
You expected me to kiss it better? No, I expect you to kiss the blade of my axe, you hoe. See, they attacked with all the guys with shields first, and now it's the guys without shields left. And guys without shields are easy. By comparison.
A two-handed giant that hits you over the head with a hammer, it instantly kills you.
Fleeing cowards! Here we go again! Broken and beaten!
these scum! Meet your end!
Why did I... Oh, did I defeat enough of them that the rest ran away? I was still in combat. What the fuck? Okay, well, I'm glad I barely finished my hit 30 people with a spear in under 30 seconds task, or 15 seconds, or however long it was.
You're glad you barely finished? What?
Right, because it almost ended without me having finished it, and I would have been mad.
Oh, okay.
So I did manage to get it finished before it's like, oh, by the way, fuck you.
Right.
I have two different items that increase my trade goods profit, one by 20% and one by 10%. One of them does it for 2 hours. This one just does it me having it on me, I think. Wait, you're a merchant? What the fuck do you sell? Oh, probably fish.
Every legendary catch starts with the right rod. Great. There's nothing finer than a quiet day by the water. Would you call yourself drop by whenever you're in need of
I
new
caught
gear?
one fish that was worth half a silver. It was my first fish.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
I was gonna say, that feels pretty good for fucking fish, right?
Right.
If you see scrolls on your mini map, they're recipes that you can look at just in the world.
Scroll.
Scrolls. S-C-R-O-L-L-S, yes. Not to be confused with scrolls. If you start seeing those on your mini map, check your meds. Okay, so...
client is a limp cock. Okay.
Oh my god. Ricky, just found out a new thing. When you crouch, it shows the direction enemies on your mini-map are looking. When you stop, you can see their cones of
Yeah,
vision.
stealth mode? Yeah. You didn't get that started? Where are you in the story?
Right after fixing the camp.
Okay. Got it. Yeah, no, it does do that. It does.
Oh, does the stealth tutorial come after that?
Yes.
Okay.
It's in the last part of, I think, finishing the camp quest. I think.
No, I should probably go finish that then. What is
You don't have to.
all of that? Oh, this is the bloodstone deposit. But I know how to get this one now.
Up on what? Oh, this is yours?
And that's how you acquire bloodstone, sometimes. I recommend using a pickaxe if you can, as you seem to get more and higher quality resources if you actually use a pickaxe. Like, for instance, using the palm strike on a rock will only give you regular stone, it won't give you fine stone. So that's something to keep in mind, I guess, if you're playing this game as well. Wait, why is my lantern freaking out? Oh, there's blood all over the ground here. What happened here? Do I need to be on the other side? Yep.
After everything we went through to escape that hell. Wondered where the quarry rats ran off to. And here you are, crawling back in on your own. Let go! We're not going back to the quarry. Then I'll kill you right here. I thought we escaped hell.
Okay, but what's the purpose of that other than to maybe tell me there's a quarry nearby that the bandits have control of?
Someone help me! Please, help!
You
A
need
thief's
help.
made off with my belongings. I saw him slip into that old place down there. If I go for the guard, he'll be long gone.
Okay.
You look like you could take one thief easily. Please, help me.
You look like you could take one thief easily. Alright, so I'm about to get
It's
jumped.
right this way.
Yeah.
It's that place right there. I saw the thief running in there just now. Catch him before he makes a run for it. He must be there.
Ah, you fool! Well, I'm not start here.
Yeah.
Pathetic you are!
Again! Hit me again! Looking tired, Booker? You're just getting started.
Yeah, that's aggressive. Okay. I finally got a tree to connect somebody with the Nature's Grasp.
Yeah.
It bloodies their entire body. Severely.
It's a tree.
I'm aware. It's just... I also think he bounced off the ground a little bit, which...
He got hit by your tree.
Right.
Like, what? Yeah. That fucking sucked.
Look, as a person who used a weapon accused of being a tree trunk once upon a time, a tree trunk hits very different, I'll have you know, Carl. That stupid fucking claymore I made.
Right.
Because, man, you get hit with 18 pounds anything, it's gonna suck. Alright, Horse, I have better stuff for you. Provided you don't run off the cliff. Why did you run all the way to the cliff's edge? I think my horse is stupid. Alright, my horse now has a better saddle and stirrups and shoes. The stirrups will hopefully help me do archery from horseback a little easier. Because, man, they're critical to doing that shit in real life.
Yeah.
Yes.
As a person who one time tried to fire an arrow from horseback, and had stirrups. Man, I can't imagine not having stirrups for that shit.
Yeah.
Okay, my lamp wants to hang out again. Please, for the love of God, let me... Oh, you have to use that after the quest completes. Okay, that makes sense. Hidden treasure.
May this small spark light your road ahead. And though the road be hard, may each step carry you safely onward. And at journey's end, may your light still linger.
Man, I keep getting all kinds of rumors to alleged treasure. Oh, have you heard anything about the new Star Trek Voyager game, Ricky?
No, I'm not particularly interested.
Fair. Hi! I have arrived.
What's it?
Apparently something in this building for me.
Your reputation precedes you.
Contribution earned from adventurers can be spent at the contribution shop in each region. Okay. Use contribution to purchase special items or sell those items back to retrieve your points. You'll have to find each shop in its own town because it varies by region. That makes sense.
Thank you. You've contributed greatly to this domain. The treasures here can't be bought with. Don't hesitate to visit again.
Actually, we can do it. And I really like that we can adjust our clothes just in the menu.
Yeah.
Like in the radials. Especially since what you're wearing feels like it needs to change pretty often, especially when dealing with factions. And like...
Can I help you?
I've been changing most of what I wear, but like there's like one or two pieces that I want to switch.
Right. I also like that you can put your hood down or up. And I realize, like, it's a little thing that a lot of games do. But it feels so weird when it gets overlooked. When you can't, like, lift the visor on your helm or, like, put your hood down. You know what I mean?
Right.
And it, as far as I'm aware, has zero functional purpose.
Oh. Hello.
Pretty sure.
Lovely day today. Any time's right for a... Safe travels!
Battered meat and fish. Oh! Chicken nuggets and fish sticks are in our future, chat. Hopefully not at the same time.
Hi there.
Man, I really like these beaked helms, especially like under a hood, because it feels very like Plague Doctor-y. Which is why they did the beaked helms, for the same reason they did the plague doctor shit. They shove herbs and shit in the end to cover up a lot of the terrible fucking smell of sickness and death and, you know.
Mostly death.
Mostly death.
Death stinky.
Death real stinky.
Well met. Staying alive is worth more than any victory. And better still, if we can end it without spilling blood.
Well met, friend.
Seems the Cremains mean to make Hernan their permanent home.
Do you have a problem with that?
Hello.
Fine day, isn't it?
Hello. Does the day treat you well?
Do I not have enough money? Now that I've... Oh, yeah, I don't have near enough money. Well, that makes sense.
Hi.
Don't talk to him anymore. You make me feel strange.
Well met, stranger. Well met.
A hearty good day to you.
Now that's a wizard if I ever seen one. How you doing, bud?
You seem troubled, wanderer.
Keep well, aye.
Ya stinking tod!
Never thought I'd work alongside a Greymane. Never thought I'd work alongside a Greymane. It's reassuring to know the Greymanes are with us. Some have gone to Howling Hill to help the Greymanes settle in.
Okay.
You need to be more careful.
Oh, just a moment, if you will.
You need the produce guy?
Oh, just a moment, if you will.
Yes, what can I get for you? Thank you.
I'll definitely take your small bag.
It's fresh, just brought in today. It's fresh, just brought in today. It's fresh, just brought in today. What's it you're after? You're very welcome here, day or night.
Oh, just a moment, if you will.
Could I help you?
The fuck did you just put in my hand? Just a moment, if you will. And then he's like putting shit in my hands. Why can't I learn this? It needs grappling 3, and what do I not have grappling 3? Which one of these is grappling, if not this one? Ricky, do you know where... Oh, it's here.
What?
I already have the first tier of this, though? Yeah, okay. They shoved it in a tree that I wasn't expecting it to live in. Oh, okay. That's fun. Right, controller. I need to change some of the back buttons.
Its feathers look just like a tree.
Do you need something, perhaps?
Out to you and all.
A, B, and X, Y are easy combinations, so I think I'm going to save the other two buttons for things that are harder. I did finally map L3 and R3 to the two bottom back buttons, though, which will make my life so much easier.
It's way easier with having that as an option.
Because, like, my hands are just not reliable enough to hold a stick down because that requires force and my thumb not move.
Yeah, I feel like, and this may be a controversial opinion, but the controllers should embrace the fact that we do have fingers that are not in use and maybe have one or two back buttons on modern controllers. I don't know why the PS5 controller didn't do that. And instead went for their weird trigger tech. Not that that's bad, but like...
Right, but they also have touchpad.
Put extra money somewhere, you could have put a button.
Well, because even the new Xbox Elite controller has back buttons.
Right.
They're just programmable to what face buttons would be, but I feel like
you made them reprogrammable to other controller buttons. Like, that's
right.
Still good.
Well, because, like, if you have to press B and X at the same time, if you also have X on one of your back buttons or B on one of your back buttons, that immediately becomes easier.
Right. So yeah, I think we should embrace that.
It's, I mean, okay, so it seems to be moving that way. Because I remember when shoulder buttons were first introduced.
They've always done that, and they're literally double or more the cost of the regular controllers. Because they have a bunch of other features, but like the regular controllers, it's a button.
Right.
You can't put 2 buttons on a controller without making it cost an additional $50.
I'm actually curious what this would play like on a full MAME map. I don't. What I'm saying as far as like the combo button stuff goes, because on an arcade stick style, it's a lot easier to do that, like multi-button thing with weird button combinations, because the buttons are, you know, the size of a quarter.
It's not weird button combinations.
What?
I would get it if it was more weird button combinations. If it's more of the stuff. Like, most of the game's button combinations are meant to be mid-combo modifiers. So if you are pressing, let's say RB. If you hold RB, your character will do the full combo.
Right.
Right. If you hold RB and then in the middle of the combo you tap A and you have that unlocked, you will do a spinning attack.
Right. And if you tap Y, you'll do a dagger thrust.
Yeah, and you can hold it and do whatever. But like, it's meant to be a slight modifier of your normal combo. You tap the right button while you're doing it, you do like half your swing or whatever. So like, it's not the same as like in fighting games where you're supposed to be like pressing like low kick, high kick, like double low kick. Like you're not constantly pressing, switching between different combinations of types of.
I don't have to go down to right, A, B, X at the same time, which is how you do one of the fatalities. It's actually down to left and A and C on the Sega Genesis for one of the original fatalities in the OG Mortal Kombat. And that's why I bounced off of fighting games. Because on a D-pad, going down to left for me was hard even then.
Right. And this game does have, like, face button combinations. But like you said, it's mostly like fat finger combos.
Right,
Like
you
pressing
smash
A
all
at the
your
same time
fingers
is
against
not-
one side or the other of the buttons.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's not like as
Or
hard
you
and
press
it's not like a
symmetrical
punch.
buttons on either side of the controller, right? For like right stick, left stick for the charge.
So like if you were to switch to like, you know, the flat surface of a fighting game controller, you would constantly be like piano keying your hand to try and do regular stuff that's not hard on a regular controller.
Right.
And that's part of the problem with playing with keyboard and mouse, is that it is mapped that way. And so you are doing a lot of like jumping around to try and do stuff that on a controller is not what people would normally think to do in a normal game, because normal games don't have things to do.
Right.
Right? Like you know.
Well,
hate
and
to
you and
harp
I
on those
have a
because I
lot
love
of
that
experience
game.
with a lot of like esoteric, weird, and experimental bullshit when it comes to gaming for various reasons.
True, but I don't think this is that. I think this is.
I don't think this is that at all. Correct.
I don't think
this
there's
is
another
just
way that you can do this that's not really bad.
This game is evidence that we need to add additional buttons to modern controllers. Because games are now capable of doing more, and we need a good way to map that.
Correct.
Because
And
alternatively,
again,
it's that
like
or
having two extra
VR
buttons.
controls, like in like with the knuckle controllers, right?
Right. But I mean, if they added like tactile controls to the sides of like modern Xbox controllers, people would fuck that up. People will fuck that up immediately.
Oh, no. I mean, like, actually put Knuckles controllers in people's hands and do something more akin to that as a whole thing stylistically. Right? Which I think is bad, because I think for non-VR titles, a controller should be one device, not two. I'm looking at you, Nintendo! Although
I don't have a problem with split control devices.
In their defense, the Joy-Cons are meant to be independently used motion control things when they're used paired together and not connected to something, right? That's typically because you're using separate motion controls for things, like in Skyward Sword, right? The direction you move the stick is how, or not the stick, but the controller is how the sword moves.
Right. The biggest problem that I think people run into with splitting your controller in half, because let's call it what it is.
Right.
Is spatial cognizance, which I think is like a problem that you have with the current model controller sets, which is knowing where your hands are on a particular set of controls and knowing which sides of your hands need involved in controlling. So if you put, like, for example, the Wii Remote, I think is a good example. If you have a thing on the Wii Remote that requires me to push A and B and Z at the same time, right? A and B are on opposite sides of the controller on the Wii Remote. So you can just squeeze the controller and do that. And then you also have to, in your brain, go, oh, I also need to push the, what would be RB on a different controller. And for some people, that's really easy, and for some people, that's not a thing they can do.
See,
like one of the reasons why some people can be really good at playing the drums, and some people just can't do it at all.
Yeah,
Because
I can't play the
is
drums.
Very different when your hands are like close together, and if you're looking, for example, people that look down at the controller when they play, or if like they're gripping something, like their brain has like there's another part of your brain that activates. It's like you're using both hands to do one thing, and not each hand doing a different thing. And as soon as you try to get people to do different things with their different hands, they're gonna have to think about that, and that burns a lot of people on playing games. Motion controls are not, right? Even if you don't have any motion involved in that. And adding motion is, again, another level of control that you have to think about in your head. Like, I need to move my arm in a certain direction while pushing a button on one controller and then pushing a button on another controller.
No deals off the table
And
if the
for
money's
certain things that people are familiar with doing in real life, if you map it well to motion, that's fine, right? If
What
you
can I help you
need
find?
to hold your left arm out and then pull your right arm back to like shoot a bow, and you need to like hold onto the trigger and then let go of the trigger when you want to let the arrow fly, right? That can map really well to people who are used a bow before. The people who've never used a bow before, that may not map well. If it's not mapped properly, people who have used a bow before will have issues because it won't feel familiar to what their muscle memory is trying to tell them to do, right? So it's like you end up adding a lot of potential complexity and issues when you start making things closer to what people's bodies actually do. It's kind of the similar thing with like the uncanny valley with like visuals. Like the closer you make something look to like realistic, the more the brain will try to
Have the
reject
tales
it.
of my wares reached you?
Like that also. Is that fireworks going on?
No, Dick. No one's bound.
Like that also happens with physical movement.
Man, that's one of my favorite games to play in the summer. Fireworks or gunshots.
Yup. We play it year round.
Yeah, no, I just know better than to think it's fireworks if it's not near the 4th of July.
You know, if it was always not fireworks when there wasn't an event, I would agree. But I live too close to crazy people.
Okay. I was going to say, because it's, I mean, unless it's close to the 4th, it's basically never fireworks around here.
You know, we had people set off fireworks like 2 weeks ago. And a guy got shot the week before that. And you can tell the difference if you know the difference. But those happened real close together, and there were no events happening unless they were setting them off for Women's Day.
So I killed this doe, and this fawn ran up to it and just stood staring at the corpse. So I killed Bambi too.
Fair enough. That's the #1 rule.
Women and children first, right? That's not what you were talking about?
No. I was talking about if you're gonna kill something, you kill the entire bloodline to prevent a blood feud.
Oh, yeah, for sure.
But like, killing the women in Trojan is probably like the. I don't know if I'd do it first, right? I don't want to give them any extra adrenaline to use when like you gotta get around to killing guys, but like, they're definitely near the top of the list.
So I just shot and killed and skinned a bunch of partridges and a couple deer. Ooh, another deer. The foliage thinks it's an EDM concert going on. I wonder what the purpose of being able to carry a deer corpse after you've skinned it, etc. is, other than being able to do... Because you can't, never mind, you can't even throw it.
Bait, maybe? There are predator animals in the game.
Yeah, maybe. Or maybe originally they were going to do
hiding it. Maybe if you're like trying to hide from some people, if you kill the deer, they can see it and they'll know you went that way. So maybe
right. Well, conversely, they might have originally thought to do it like they do in Red Dead, where you have to put the animal on the back and take it to the butcher, and then they realized how much people hate that mechanic. Because, man, I know lots of hunters.
Hated that mechanic in Red Dead.
What?
I don't think you hated that mechanic in Red Dead.
Oh, I do. That's my least favorite thing about hunting, is I only get to get one deer.
You don't play Red Dead.
I probably have 1,500 hours in Red Dead Redemption. I've played the fuck out of the series. I just recently got Red Dead Redemption 2 and got annoyed by a choice they made that, honestly, I maintain that it's a bad choice, but me just walking away from the game because of it was probably an overreaction, but there's too much stuff going on for me to be annoyed by a game. I'll go back, know that's a thing, and do it slow and not fuck it up next time. It won't even be a problem. But yeah, I even had the standalone Red Dead Redemption American Nightmare for 360. Or whatever, Undead Nightmare is what it was called. Whatever the fuck the game that was also a DLC for that game was. I have to use the restroom. I'll be back, guys, and then we'll finish cooking, and then we'll head out. And I'll see y'all here in a few. username.
Do you see what I'm doing right now?
Yes, it's the that kills people Carl. Okay, wow. That was a really good line.
It was good. Look at what I'm doing when you fucking pop back.
You need to go left here. Yes, Zach is correct. That way. Yes, that way, Zach. No, that's the wrong way. The other way. Nope, it's the other way. Correct. Another fist rock breed.
Actually, no, that was the same one. The original one never died.
Oh.
I'm gonna hide on a roof because the guards are probably coming after me.
Okay. I'm gonna let the dogs out. So if anybody asks who, it was me.
Son of a bitch.
I made a mistake. I don't know which one I grabbed, but it was not one that I wanted. Oh, fuck. Oh, and it tastes like spicy grass. Why am I eating spicy grass? Oh, that's just going to hurt for a while. All right, we're going to try to carry on. Carry on allows you to pick up. Cornered this one. It looks kind of pitiful up close. No, I can't be weak now. Harvest or rescue? Okay. This is a BioShock reference? Motherfucker tried to steal my boat. You see that shit? I don't know what that was, but I don't want anything to do with it. What the fuck? Let's get away.
Okay.
Jensen, getting lonely up here. Got an update for me?
Yeah. I discovered that favors are like currency in Gollum City. We're back on track. I'm heading for an area called the Throat now. Should take me straight into Ark territory.
Good. I'll update Miller and do a flyby up ahead. Get you the lay of the land.
Copy that.
Oh, Sin, you're back. Do you want some of these fireworks and we can go on a grand adventure flying across the countryside and dropping explosives on peasants? Get 2 more people who can be stream appropriate because it's good for it's good for advertising, so that's my requirement right now, right?
Yeah.
And we can go through the whole thing. What?
You going for another spot?
No, you know, I don't even think it's that great, to be honest. I think it's pretty mid. Fucking mid bows. I'm gonna randomly call someone a mid bow now, and like that's gonna be my new favorite insult for no reason other than potato.
I warned you that Derek is a fucking asshole.
Did I throw you across the finish line ahead of me, Kate? Is that what I just watched happen? Yeah. That's a good fucking deal. I just bought edibles from a drug dealer in Minecraft. What the fuck? Perfect.
Now I have to run all the way back. Pardon?
Oh. 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 Oh.
Oh, what?
Oh. Oh.
Oh,
okay. Well, oh. Okay.
What happened?
This is, so, not the Shulkerbach with the spikes under it, but... Hello, how's it going? We're going to smoke some eggs. Man, Cliff really don't know how to cook, rather. Like, have you seen these finished products?
Oh, yeah.
He burns everything. Except for the soup. I mean, it looks edible, just overcooked for sure. Hey, big guy. Yay! Fenn's actually prepping for Cyberpunk for one. I mean, again.
Yeah, again, yeah. Remember that one time? No, I don't.
Gotta give you shit, Fenn.
Still turns out good regardless, so.
Right.
I know good stone when I see it. I know good stone when I see it.
Oh, right, I was supposed to be investigating. I didn't forget. I just didn't remember.
A mere pebble, Rip. I bet it won't be long before I see you again.
Oh, man, I really hope not.
Hmm?
This guy said it won't be long before I'm seeing you again. And I'm like, man, I hope it is, because you already seem a dick.
I know good stone when I see it.
You, sir, are a frenulum.
Don't judge us. I bet it won't be long before I see you again.
Look, all I'm saying is...
If maybe we render some first aid instead of interrogation at this moment?
Interrogate first. If they want to survive, they'll be quick with the answers and get first aid before it's too late.
This isn't an enemy, by the way.
Oh, okay, then yeah, probably first aid first.
Like, I feel like I think I mentioned that this is a friendly who has been stabbed in the stomach. He's got about 1 second to get first aid before he dies.
Yeah, no, stomach injuries in, you know, the age of sword and sorcery were fucking terrible.
Yeah, if they weren't fatal, you kind of wish they'd been fatal.
Found a random shield out in the wilderness.
Yeah, that's where I got my shield. The wilderness. Man, who the fuck are you?
I mean, to be fair, the shield I currently have equipped and am using is the one you get for the pre-order bonus. Mostly because I like the way it looks. Because I've found several other shields with identical stats.
Cosmetic that was meant to entice people to buy the game early, so I hope it looks good.
I mean, it's leather and brass. Or bronze, maybe. It's not always easy to visually tell the difference between those two. As, if they're well cared for, they look pretty close to the same. Bronze is definitely a better shield material, though, as brass tends to be softer than bronze.
Am I fighting ninja demons? What is happening?
That sounds fun.
No, it's not.
I was being sarcastic.
Fuck.
Thank you, my love. Look at my horse. His name is Horse. It should be what?
Mayo.
Why should it be Mayo?
With mayonnaise.
If I was going to make it a pun name, I'd name it Glue.
That's not
Which
a
is
pun.
what he'll be if he doesn't perform well. What, Ricky?
I said that's not a pun.
Yeah. Hiya.
Well, she said I should name it Mayo.
Mayo?
Because mayonnaise.
That's a pun. Glue is not a pun.
I still like it better than mayonnaise.
I didn't say mayonnaise was a good name. I just said it was a pun.
What do you mean
Glue
crime
isn't.
vandalism?
Run.
You shouldn't have put a fence there.
Yeah. Hiya.
Honestly, I'm having a hard time getting used to what makes the horse automatically jump over fences and what makes the horse run through them.
I didn't know the horse automatically jumped over fences. I always just pushed the jump.
You know what? Maybe it doesn't automatically run over fences, but I thought it did at one point.
I mean, maybe it does.
Because, like, a horse in real life that has been trained how to, like, jump over obstacles instead of stopping at them will just jump over an obstacle if presented with obstacles, typically.
Please, let me eat today. I could count on you.
Stop sucking my dick.
Depends on how they were trained.
Excuse me.
Well,
Have
depends
you
on
got
what
a
they were trained
moment?
for, but that affects how they were trained.
Fair enough.
Things are finally starting to turn around.
No, I need to give gold to this last beggar child. God damn it, I can't.
Hey, I see you. Don't be stingy. You there. You look like you've got some coin. You're gonna help me out?
Oh, his name is Reed Devil. Okay.
You're gonna help me out or not?
So they are demon ninjas.
Will you show kindness, stranger?
Damn.
Please, help me eat today.
Why can't I unequip my... Why can't I talk to Marius?
Oh, Pooh Bear!
Everyone will be back soon enough.
Was that girl?
Please,
that feels like a fight I am not ready to handle. That guy has the best fighting style I've seen yet.
What was it called? Winning?
Yeah.
Fair.
He was doing it. I kind of want to copy that if that's an option.
Okay, I think I've got it fixed now.
You there. You look like you've got some coin.
All I ask is enough for bread.
Things are finally starting to turn around. Cliff!
Marius, we've got a camp.
Oh, thank the ancestors.
Well, you can thank the Marquis.
Oh, he's as good a man as they said.
Seems to be, genuinely.
Whereabouts is it?
Howling Hill.
A bit far for hobbling. Can we ride there?
Of course. So this is where you've been staying?
I think it's this way. It is. Every word and whisper comes through here. There's no better place to gather information than the scrapfold.
No, the Marquis de Circus genuinely seems like a decent dude, which scares me.
Anything you could imagine. From gutter scuffles to noble
I mean, it's
scandals.
decent guys who are
it
always
all
getting
flows
to
through
get
here.
right? And he is. So, I'm inclined to believe that.
Cliff,
he's in
aren't you coming?
Right.
Even word of a certain Greymane vanquishing the Hornsplitter has already made its rounds. Some say you cut him in twain without even drawing steel. A slight exaggeration, I'd wager. Folk in Anand are starved for good news these days. Until now, Hornsplitter's tyranny was all folks would talk about. There's It's been ages since our tales have stirred folks' souls. Not since Payloon.
Probably upgrade my gear though, because I haven't done that at all. At all.
Hiya! Ja! Vater! Ja! Hiya!
Ah, I bet you're more curious about Payloon than Hernand, aren't you? Word is the Black Bears are getting crueler by the day. Seems they're bringing in more Outlanders after taking over Payloon. And moving wagons at night. Though I haven't figured out what's in them yet. Oh, and Niall and Andrew went south to a count's estate. Got a request to protect him from some masked stranger.
Nice.
The Count's being dodgy about the details. Seems fishy if you ask me. But they heard the staff were being threatened as well. So they bolted off without another word. Always springing into action, those two.
I see. Ja!
I'm really glad Marius was okay sitting bitch. Because walking with him this whole way would have been a nightmare.
Go!
Unbelievable. The Marquis gave us all this.
Aye, for removing a horn in his side.
Well, now, who's this?
Oh, look! Ross!
Marius, Cliff. What happened to his leg? You're not hurt, are you?
Same as always. Yeah, don't worry about me. How did you get here?
Word has spread everywhere that Cliff's back.
Hey! So it's true! Ross, it's been ages. And you too, Cliff. Marius. What happened to your leg?
Oh, I forgot I was supposed
Black
to be doing
Bears,
that
wasn't
to
it?
Camp.
Give them what's coming.
Time.
It happens. I'm more than just my bloody leg, you know.
All right, we won't keep making a fuss.
Though I think you really should keep off it.
I told you I'm fine.
Any word on the others?
Well, Naira and Andrew went to escort some count, and word is, there's a Greymane locked up at Halcyon.
That madhouse. Only lunatics end up there.
I heard he got drunk and beat a priest half to death. I really think one of us should go and look into it.
Sit down. Where do you think you're off to?
Don't you worry about Halcyon.
All right. Yay, maps.
Oh, I'm in a decoration menu. I was like, what the fuck is happening? Alright, skydiving time.
Oh, I keep forgetting that's a valid way to get around.
I don't think there was a mushroom that can make it taller.
Because there's so much on the ground, I keep forgetting there's also sky.
Right. Small cannonball. Oh, I imagine that's for the other guy.
Do we know each other?
Greetings, stranger. What's the matter with you?
How are you?
Hey, I see you. Don't be stingy.
How am I meant to sort out this mess? How am I meant to pick up a weapon and fight now? Oh, just talking to myself. Pay me no mind.
Yeah, no, what are you
I've
talking
been
to yourself
working at the
about?
Count's estate for over 10 years now, and for the first time, his stores have been raided by bandits. He's absolutely furious with me.
Which bandits?
Those troublemakers in red, always causing trouble they are. They're lurking all over the Count's estate lately. The steward's been run ragged trying to keep track of them. Now that I think of it, where's he got to? He was supposed to tell the Lord how hard I've been working.
Hail to you, friend.
Wait, I can just take a bag of money out of my inventory and throw it at someone's head. This is how I'm gonna give
Can't
money
make
to
a
the poor from now
mistake
on.
in front of an important guest. Take a look at this.
I'll be sharpening my blades for your return.
Oh, maybe it's not. I'm in a prison. Okay.
You see,
you look.
a long-time customer of mine is coming soon. I'd
That
like to
man
celebrate their visit with a nice
hit
meal.
the wall.
They're especially fond of fish dishes. Problem is, I've spent my whole life butchering meat, but never once cooked a fish. If I mess it up, oh, I'd make the whole meal a disaster, wouldn't I? I've got all the ingredients, even got a recipe, but is there any chance you could cook it for me? If you can whip it up, I'll be able to serve this meal without a single worry.
Okay, if I don't hit them with it directly, they will pick it up and I won't go to jail.
Okay.
Hand over 2 iron ores. In what way? Okay, this is my ore.
Oh, there's a cooking thing right here. Okay. goes.
My mouth is watering. Such rich, thick broth with heavenly aroma. Oh, it's perfect. I'm certain neither my guest nor myself will be able to put our spoon down. What a weight off my chest. Thank you.
Turn back, please.
What the fuck?
Turn back, please.
Never thought I'd work alongside a Greymane.
Work alongside a Greymane? You've been attacking me for no reason.
Turn back, please.
Hail to you, my dear.
I can walk close to that guy, though. I don't know what's going on with the other one. No, I didn't want to. I wanted the map. I guess my mark's in the middle of the question mark. Let's start there.
Spare something for a poor wretch?
By these guys.
Oh, fuck off.
I want to upgrade this.
You look like my kind of maniac.
Okay, I can now make some cloth armors, I guess. Oh god, I'm not stuck in the pole anymore. Thank goodness.
You're not stuck in what?
I'm not stuck in the pole anymore.
Oh.
You! Watch it!
Okay.
Was stuck in. Is this? Wow, I really just needed to go to the middle of the fucking question mark, didn't I? Yep. Yep. Well, I finally unlocked the fast travel point in Hernand, like the town.
Oh yeah, I forgot to do that.
It's basically at the center of the big question mark, which makes a lot of sense.
Yeah. That's what a lot of the other ones are, or the like Abyss, whatchamacallem?
Relics?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I just forgot. Hello, Smithy man.
Yeah, it's basically right behind the smithy.
Use your eyes!
I need this.
The church has a vendor. That makes so much sense.
Solomon is watching over us. Have you
Sells a
repented?
St. Halcyus visitor pass?
Are you seek? I'm
Aren't I
here for
supposed to go to
anyone who
Halcyus
seeks
now?
Solomon's grace.
I think that's the main quest.
I tip my cap.
So I'm going to buy that in the hopes that it's useful. And if it's not, I'll come back and kill the priest. That's a joke.
Most
Mostly
folk will
because I
only
don't think
taste
the
it
game will
once
let
in
me
their
kill the
lives.
priest, but a joke nonetheless.
Most folk will only taste it once in their
One more
lives.
sword, timber
If
hand,
ever.
axe. Okay.
Who knows when I'll ever eat a dish like that?
Oh, if you don't have the materials, you can use another copy of the item to refine it. Okay, that makes sense.
Wait. Merge dragons mechanics? What?
What?
Oh, it's like you can combine two versions of the same sword to make it. It sounds like one of those mobile games.
Yeah.
Negates spirit consumption. Well, that's an interesting potion I just learned how to make. Mostly because I'm nosy. Oh, and I learned the recipe for wine, apparently.
Oh wait, maybe no, maybe that's not what that meant. Now I'm confused.
Game, believe it or not, I actually don't want to steal anything from here. I just want to use his equipment. Can we just use the equipment, please? As there's nobody here. I found a rope that I can potentially walk across. It can't mean 10 meters in a straight line, right? One way. It means 10 meters total. Fuck, it did not mean 10. The factions map looks crazy.
You look like my kind of maniac.
Yes.
I looked at it for 5 seconds and went, I don't need to learn this yet. I'm not gonna make my head hurt. Is this... Oh, hidden treasure map piece. Okay. It's on the building across the moat. On the roof, conceivably. So, like, right... Okay. Let's find out what this means, chat.
A vassal's duty is to speak truth, guiding the king to walk the right path. Basti, you claimed your post through force, plunging the people into deeper turmoil. The castle walls of my homeland, Deminis, crumbled from within, yet this wall isn't theirs. It's mine to remember.
Okay. Yeah, let's put the tanks together. I'm probably not going to use this dagger. I'm definitely not going to use this weird mallet.
That weird mallet is a tool that you may need in the wild.
To do what? Not that mallet.
Oh, okay. I was going to say hammer things into the ground like you did in the tutorial for it. But you're talking a weapon mallet, not a tool.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm like, what? No, I think I'm okay.
I was going to say, I'm just going to keep one of each fucking tool on me because that's easier than trying to keep track of...
anywhere else?
Well, that's not entirely true.
I mean, you could throw them to the ground, sure.
Right, but things you throw on the ground seem to stay there. I don't know how long.
No, people will pick them up.
Oh, will they?
If they want them. Yeah.
But I am also assuming at some point
we'll
get
a
storage in camp. eventually.
Yeah, if you drop them and then walk away and no one steals them before that, then I think it just goes to camp. So it might be worth like dropping things in your house where no one else is.
See, and that's what I was thinking,
away
is
from
just
it.
drop shit in the tent at camp and then maybe.
I have not really been inconvenienced by inventory space since I realized that I wasn't just gonna have it just to put stuff in, and I stopped just picking everything up.
Did pretty much the same. The one thing I'm kind of surprised about is there isn't a tower mechanic that I've found so far. And maybe there is. Maybe that's why there's so many towers around. Like, that you can see dotted across the map. What?
I don't know what that means.
So in a lot of open world games, there's a mechanic where you climb something and then it gets rid of the fog in an area.
It's the bell towers. If you climb them and ring the bell, it will do that.
Is there a bell tower in this town then?
Yes.
I mean, unless it's on the other side of it, but like, I don't think there's a whole lot of town on the other side of this castle.
No.
I just don't see a bell tower anywhere. Because there's not one in the church. I was just there. Because I was looking for a tower anyway, because a lot of times they hide fucking bows in towers.
It's like on the main road. It's not hidden or anything. Oh, hold on, let me get out of this shop.
Unless it's that up there.
Smithy shop. Is it a tower with a bell in it?
I don't know. It's way over there outside of city limits.
Okay, that's probably not that one.
But I don't even see a tower in town.
It's not tall. This is a very small town.
Oh, I bet that's it right there. Yep, there it is.
Yeah, it's like right on top of the building where you first get the cat.
Okay, so this game does have a tower mechanic.
Finally, someone found me. I'm a master at hiding.
Found
How
you?
did you know?
I wasn't looking for you.
I hope I'm not the only one you found.
Only when there are more of
to go
I'll
up
help
there.
you track down the others.
What?
That's how you're supposed to know to go
Ringing
up there.
bells like this will help you see things clearly.
Oh, so
Pretty
there's
sure
a
one of
quest.
the other little forest kids tell you about it.
Dude, and I swear to God, those forest kids are not children. They're members of an ageless race. They have to be.
That sounds true.
Because, like...
There's no reason to believe that they're children.
Exactly. Other than
how
they
childish
kind
they
of
act.
look like children. But, you know... So do
Yeah, that's-
dwarves and gnomes and fucking halflings.
Listen, man, I've watched anime. That usually doesn't mean shit. Okay,
Oh
you
wow,
can
that cleared up
repurchase
like
things
this
you've
whole
stole to
fucking
them.
region. Jeepers. All right.
Yeah.
That
I think it's like every like major settlement. It says there's 15. So with how big this map is, they can only be like so close together, you know?
right. I don't feel like that uncovered 1/15 of the map, but I'm assuming hopefully a taller tower will do more area. But to experiment with that, chat, I've wanted to know what the fuck that is since I first came into this world. That is one of the first things that was prominent in the distance that you could see. Or that I could see, that I noticed at least. That one being the second, but a lot of them were like buried like against other taller terrain. So like the two towers kind of on mountaintops were the ones that were immediately like, the fuck is that? So we're gonna go to that one, as that one looks more like a wizard's tower than the other one. The other one looks like a watchtower.
Something you wish to get off your
Or
chest?
more so like a watchtower. So we're gonna
be careful, because if it is a wizard's tower, that wizard will just disintegrate you from inside your clothes.
or sell me magic.
No. The first one.
Probably the first one. But also maybe I can just throw him off a roof.
If you can get to him, yeah. Imagine. Probably susceptible to falling. Well, actually, some of the mystical beings we've seen are not really susceptible to...
Yeah, but I don't think
anyway.
someone who's... So the mystical beings all use magic. They don't... The mystical beings also don't
Yes,
seem the type to
speak.
give a shit about living in a tower. Because they have innate
Well, right.
ability, not cultured, developed ability. I'm not saying he won't have a solution around it. I'm just saying I don't think a wizard would be on the same
Well,
power
yeah.
level as the other things.
It seems
we've been
like
seeing.
in this game, we're kind of leaning towards the people on the ground here that have magical abilities are either of a magical race, possessed, or utilizing some form of abyss power that they're not really supposed to have.
Like the guy with the abyss gears, right?
Yeah. And it seems like the people who like just are the librarians of the abyss obviously recognize how powerful and dangerous those artifacts are in like the hands of others, but like seem perfectly content with having hundreds of thousands of them just around. Like the TVA with the Infinity Stones, right?
Right.
Like we're aware that these are relevant to you people, but like there's a drawer, you know?
Right.
So it seems like that's kind of what they're going for with this.
Well, and that's why, like Bard, for instance, is assembled with, and I'm going to say this, and then I'm going to explain it, because you may understand the meaning, but a lot of people don't. Like, it's one of the more esoteric of multiverse theories, and that's the quote-unquote quilt multiverse theory.
Okay.
So, in the context of Bard, the place the players are playing in and that Bard exists in, think of it like a quilt. And there are other quilts stacked on top of and below it and next to it, infinitely in both directions, right? Each quilt is its own universe, but that universe contains multiple layers going both up and down and sideways of different dimensions and planes. Planes overlap the regular world. Dimensions exist next to it. But they're all held together by the same ley lines, the thread that holds the quilt together. Which is why magic from one world universe won't necessarily work at all in another universe. Which is also kind of how magic works according to the TVA. Does that make sense?
It doesn't not make sense.
I mean, no multiverse theory makes sense because that's in the realm of fucking, like, shit we were never intended to understand to begin with, regardless of its veracity in the real world, right?
Sure.
But I like the quilt thing because I can't think of a single person who doesn't know what a fucking quilt is. Right? So, like, at least it's a common ground starting point we can use to assemble understanding from. As opposed to, like, I've heard other explanations start with, like, fucking... They're talking about, like, quantum mechanics and quarks and shit, and I'm like, you are losing 99% of the population with the first 10 words you're saying, trying to explain this to regular people. Don't do it that way. Use regular people words and talk about shit regular people know, right?
Yeah, but regular people words are wrong, and regular people don't know what they're talking about.
Correct.
Like, even if you were going to use, like, the multiversal dimensional theory, where the multiple dimensions of the world, of the various universes, are all sheets, and the sheets can be pierced through by things, and that's by which the means that you could go from one to another. And there's a thread that weaves through all multiversal dimensions. Even if you use that as an explanation point, that doesn't actually explain how any of that works. Even in that theory.
So, okay,
Like,
so the goal isn't to explain how it works, because even Bard doesn't know how or why it works. It is a way to explain the cosmology.
Which is mostly irrelevant.
It's really not in a game where you can pass from one area of your universe to another and need to know how to get back and forth. Especially in a game that's all about collecting as much information as you can about how everything works.
Yes, but if the only thing you need is to know is how to go back and forth, you don't need to understand the cosmic topology of the multiverse. You just need to understand what's the thing that I need to do to go back and forth.
Right, but going back and forth,
interested in understanding it, then
depends
sure,
on
like,
what kind of state you're in, right? Because it's a lot easier to go into the other planes, which overlap, right, than it is dimensions, which do not overlap. So they require different amounts and kinds of energy to open a door, as it were.
Right, but you don't need to know the topology to know that.
No, but knowing the topology will help you identify which one you're in.
I mean, you're always in a plane.
Well, so you are always in a plane, but are you in a plane that's in the wrong dimension? So if you move to where you think your home plane is, if you're in the wrong dimension, that could be really bad for you.
Right, but understanding the cosmic topology of the multiverse doesn't necessarily mean you're going to know where you are in the multiverse. Like those
Except,
are, I mean, like, well, again,
so
what I'm
let
saying is
me, I can go a little, because I have more explanation. One of the reasons it's important that planes...
That's not going to help.
I mean, I explained it to my group, and it made enough sense to them that they got it. My test group.
I didn't say it doesn't make sense, I just said they're not related things.
How are they not related?
That's like the difference between being able to read a map and knowing where you are in a city from looking around at various buildings. Like, those are different things. Like, yes, understanding how the universe is laid out. If you are trying to create something that will allow you to go from one to another, you would need to know the fundamentals of doing that. But if you are a person just making that trip from one place to another. You need to know how the thing you're going to make the trip in works and where you're going. But that doesn't necessarily mean you need to understand the fundamentals of the multiverse to do that. Like, I don't need to understand the fundamentals of how the mechanics of a car works to drive a car.
No, but if you're going to be driving the car across 200 miles of desert where you're not going to be able to get help, understanding how a car works might help.
Yeah.
And that's the thing. This stuff needs known not for you intentionally going places. This stuff needs known for if you wind up in some place and you need to figure out how to safely get back. It's unintentional outward travel requiring backward travel that you develop yourself that requires that knowledge. Primarily just knowing whether you are in a different dimension entirely or just a different plane. And there's actually a really easy way to tell, and it's because of how the topology works. Lots of major landmarks and sites throughout history have been tied to ley lines, right? If you are in a different plane, the ley lines, because you are in the same position, are laid out exactly the same. So you will have points of interest in basically the same spots. So if you overlay where you're at with a map of where you know, and the landmarks are different, but in the same places, you're in a different plane. If the landmarks are wholly and completely different, you're in a different dimension.
Again, I don't see how that.
Because if you are in a different,
just proving what I said.
How so?
Okay.
All right.
From what you just said, if I look at a map of where I think major points would be at, and they're not there and they're somewhere else, I'm in a different dimension.
Correct.
Which means the only thing I need to know to find out if I'm in a different dimension is I just need to know, look at a map, and if the things aren't where they're supposed to be on the map, you're in a different dimension.
That's not entirely true, because the wrong things can be at the same places. There might be a mountain where a city goes. There might be a city where there was a lake, right? So you need to understand fundamentally that the points of interest being points of interest and their layout is important. Because if you don't do that, then you go, oh, well, this is all different, so I'm in a different dimension. And then you try to dimension hop back home. You've now done the wrong kind of magic, and congratulations, you're probably in a place far, far worse.
Okay.
The understanding of the cosmology doesn't need to run super deep, but the goal is that every agent has a basic understanding of how the universe is constructed.
Which is what I said.
Right, which includes basic cosmology.
That's what I said, okay.
Plus, you and I both know that if I just put down in a book, yeah, this is the guide to figuring out whether you're in a different dimension or a different whatever, without any of the reasoning behind it, I would get nothing but questions why from people who are curious.
Which is why I said that doesn't mean don't include the reasoning. What I specifically said was, if you're going to be doing something practical, useful knowledge of the thing is more important than deep academic knowledge of the thing. For basically most of the use cases that you're going to be using it in. So
right, which is why I went with Quilt instead of Quark.
With the tools that you have is more important than understanding the deep cosmological topology of the universe. Because even if you do understand the deep cosmological topology of the universe, whatever fuck, if you don't know how to then get to where you're trying to go and use the thing that you're trying to do to get to where you're trying to go, it doesn't matter. It's the same thing between like learning academically like how electricity works and learning how to be an electrician. Are two totally different skills, right? Which is my point.
Not according to colleges who
Usable
try to
thing.
college people into
Those
being
colleges are
electricians
wrong,
all the
which is why
time, and
most
it's
people need to be
terrible.
retrained when they get spit out. Which you and I both
Exactly.
know.
Exactly. And why the fuck?
So that's
why
all
the
I'm
fuck
saying.
would you? Okay, so
find no
I've
mercy
known
here.
several people who went to college to be the type of electrician I was, and they were all the worst ones at it.
Yeah.
And they're like, "Well, I just thought it would be," and I'm like, "Yeah, you just thought it would be. You've never fucking." One guy, I asked him straight up because he had like just got out of college and then joined the union, and I'm like, that's the stupidest way to do that. If you're gonna join the union anyway, do their apprenticeship. It takes the same amount of time as college, and they will pay you to fucking do it, moron.
A lot of times it doesn't even take that long.
It's well, okay. So for my qualifications, it's 3 or 4 years, which is a bachelor's degree, which is what the guy had.
Right. But again, you get a bachelor's degree, and then you're gonna need 3 or 4 years of on-the-job training.
Exactly. Or you just get 3 to
Or
4
maybe-
years of
maybe
on-the-job
only 2,
training
or like
without
1.
a... How much what, Fen? How much does an apprentice get paid? Back when I was with the union, first-year apprentice made... Fuck, like $16 or $17 an hour? And that was when minimum wage here was still $8 an hour. I think it was actually like 9 1/4, but still. Getting paid almost
Well, the
twice
real
minimum
point is,
wage
like-
to learn a trade is real good.
I mean, even if you weren't, right? Even if you were getting paid minimum wage, even if you were getting paid less than minimum wage, you were paying money to go to college. That's
Right.
negative money.
Right.
Right? So it's like any amount that they're giving you to do the same amount of time or the same amount of work to learn a skill is infinitely better than having to pay thousands of dollars out of pocket. Or loans that you're not even paying the principal on.
It depends on the specific union contract. I got paid every week. Every week, a week in the rear. So I got paid, like, for instance, I would have been paid Friday for the work I had accomplished the week ending the preceding Friday. Except they didn't pay on Friday, they paid on Thursday. Which meant I usually had money at, like, midnight on Thursday morning, Wednesday night. Because I did direct deposit. Wait, the fuck is that? Purple circle. Purple sometimes means important. Oh, it's a... It's an Abyss artifact. Okay. I'm like, wait, purple means important. I found new rock. I like my rock. Subdue 3 opponents within 1 minute using wrestling skills. So throw people the fuck around. One of my favorite things to do anyway. Oh. I found a bunch of floating pots.
Well, they're not piss pots.
No, there are like flowers and shit growing out of them or placed in them.
Oh, I know where you are. Okay.
But some of them are moving around and...
Yeah.
Like, nothing's trying to attack me or anything. It's just weird. This one's moving a thing?
Small bone. Okay.
Oh. I found another... Ow! Yeah, but when you're done with the apprenticeship, I made 26 an hour plus 3 weeks of vacation a year, plus 90% coverage on health.
Let's move them.
Plus 401k, plus. Like, yeah. Man. It was pretty good. Let's put it this way. I was in the union 18 months, and they put $10,000 into my 401k in that time. I was putting nothing into it. I didn't need to. They were putting a fuckload of money into it as part of, quote unquote, my payment.
Oh, yeah, I can upgrade my ring too. Like this. Okay.
The glide really do make me feel like Batman, though. Like... or like Scarecrow trying to be Batman with like the creepy torn feathery thing going on.
Oh yeah.
But it's so like looming. Right? Like that's the Batman glide pose, basically. That this is half gliding and half parachuting, and I'm inspecting the city for ne'er-do-wells and hookers.
Specifically, especially. Ne'er-do-wells.
Right, like hookers and drug dealers.
Well,
so I can put them in jail,
really
not so I can have sex with them and do the drugs.
Doing well. I think sometimes you're doing
well. I am still going the right way. Man, it was really hard to tell for a minute in that fucking forest. Because forests just have a tendency to turn me the fuck around if I can't see enough of, you know, outside of the forest.
Agreed.
And then, well, and it didn't help that I walked up to the weird forest kid I found by the floating plants, and then he hit me and knocked me out, and they moved me to a different part of the forest.
What?
Yeah. At least I think he hit me. I was in a bush when it happened. But considering that kid and like 2 other ones moved me, I'm assuming it was their fault and scripted.
I was not knocked out or moved by children in my time in the forest.
Well, did you see one that you tried to chase down and talk to?
No, I didn't try to chase down a child in the forest. What the fuck?
Well, it was one of the... It wasn't a child, it was one of the forest people. You know the ones I'm talking about, that wear the bright green fucking with the... And this one had, like, the wide brim...
I didn't them in a forest either because they got hunting advantage and I had fear.
Oh.
Healthy doses.
See, I assume they're mostly altruistic as a people.
Yeah, I do too, but that doesn't mean that they're not... Because, like, all of the ones that I've interacted with have been, like, playing funny trick and funny...
Yeah, no,
joke.
they very much feel like the Fae.
But their funny trick, funny joke is, like, walk through wall, teleport inside object, make cat talk, So like, I don't want one to be like teehee and then atomize me, right? Like,
teehee, you're dead.
Yeah, like that's kind of where I'm at. I'm like, I feel like
Which,
just
to
like,
be fair,
haha,
is a
and then I
funny
get
joke.
disintegrated.
I have had Fae play before because they thought it was funny and not because they were malicious. So like,
Right. Like it could turn me into like a sheep, like so I'm trying to keep it like cordial, but not. I'm not investigatory as of yet because there's not really anything I can do about that. Things that are faster than me in this game seem to just end my life.
yeah, no, that's in my experience substantially correct. If it's got wheels on, it's made of danger. I found a place called the Inksworth Bindery. I'm assuming they make books. If they don't make books, they
I
need
hope
to
so.
think about their naming convention.
Yeah,
oh God,
no,
I hope
they
they
need to
make
name
books.
something
There are
else.
so many books here. There might be more books here than people in the entire fucking game. There are so many. They're piled up all over outside even.
That sounds like where I want to be because I love books and I hate people.
I mean, there are people here too, but they
Good day
seem
to
to be
you, Anson.
ignoring me.
Yeah, but I can kill them.
Hello, traveller.
As far as I can tell, you can't just kill random people.
A mere pebble remembers the ages it's seen.
But they don't know that, so I can.
A mere... Come back whenever you wish.
In order to use the threaten action, you have to be wearing a mask, and I seem to have misplaced mine, so I need to go get a new one at some point in the near adjacent
Hello,
future.
traveller.
Hi, the game is telling me there is a book here I can read. Yeah, a secret book of unknown source in a pile of books. Found it, but it's got a red jacket, which means it'll teach me a skill, probably. Or a crafting recipe, or something.
It'll be a good book.
Oh, that's so much text.
Oh, I gotta practice long swording.
Nature holds infinite power and is an entity demanding of utmost caution, yet for those who understand and wield this force in harmony, no bounds exist. This secret manual imparts the art of gathering nature's energy to soar high. Through it, your martial prowess may ascend to loftier heights.
What the hell does that mean?
The release of energy hinges upon a true understanding of nature's force and its harmonious retention. Inhale deeply to summon nature's power, and once thy energy swells sufficiently, maintain it steadfastly. With inner focus, gather the force beneath thy palms. With that energy... Oh. Okay, so this is basically telling us that if you double jump in the air, your force push will continue to launch you up.
Okay.
And utilize your spirit, which I already knew. And it utilizes your spirit and not your stamina. Which makes it incredibly useful. Because most of the traversal uses your stamina.
Indeed.
But yeah, having additional jumps based on a different regeneratable, like easily regeneratable resources. Kind of great in my opinion.
Yeah. Honestly, like resource management in terms of like abilities in this game seems pretty good so far. Like
it seems
you can
fairly well balanced.
You can eat food items and stuff to like get your spirit back. You can go into force focus mode and regenerate energy that way. Your stamina seems to come back if you stop moving for like a hair of a second.
Yeah, and it just comes all the way back as long as you can stop moving.
Yeah, and food seems to be pretty solid. Like I've barely really like tried to make any really good food, and it's been keeping my health levels good. Armor refining first couple levels is like 2-3 pieces of iron, a piece of copper, or just the thing that if you have more
crafting
than one
is
of the
similar
things,
costs.
That's so good. Like, just you pick up 2 sword from Deadman, fuse 2 swords, now you have 2 sword. Very good.
Right. Yeah, no, there are a great number of things I feel this game does just
This ring gives me
objectively
stamina
correct.
regen. If I upgrade it again, I need to get bones.
Catch and kill animals of various sizes. They all give bones of different kinds.
Oh yeah, I know how to get bones. I just don't have anymore. It requires bones to get this far.
Right.
This requires Fang. And Abyss Artifact. Ooh. What if
As
just
a
armor? Oh,
crafting
still Abyss
material?
Artifact. Ooh. Yeah.
Oh, that better be amazing.
It's... Well, I don't know how good things are. It's level 5. If you find something for level 5. Because I've got 2 pieces. So I'm not going to do that. Because I like getting new skills in this game. They're pretty good.
Yeah.
For the most part.
Well, but I'm almost wondering if using an Abyss artifact won't unlock Witch's house. Hang on. Where? Oh.
I hope I don't need an Abyss artifact for that.
Oh, I was going to say because it unlocks some sort of power or ability or kind of like skill related to it. So there's a whole bunch of food outside this witch's house. I'm not eating any of it.
Doesn't look it just for the sake of this upgrade that I'm looking at.
Okay.
But there might be other things that you can use. I think the Abyss Gears is the thing that they're gonna have be that.
Oh, yeah, for sure, that's it.
And
But
then
that's...
you're just gonna be splitting like your, do you want to use a skill point on a skill or do you want to use a skill point on having better gears? There's no like increase your attack power, right, in terms of like putting skill points in.
I mean, they're kind of is, but not really.
I mean, like, not in the way that you can just put an extra point into stamina or health or something.
You can put extra points into stamina, health, and spirit.
I know, I'm saying you can't put points into attack and defense.
Oh, the same way. Right. You would have to find specific skills that augment your attack, defense, etc.
Right.
Yeah.
So I think this is just their way of saying, if you want to use your points on attack and defense, put it in your gear.
Which, I mean, honestly, based on scaling I've seen so far in this game, you're going to have to do some of that to get to the end. Because I don't think I don't think it's like some other games where you can just be good enough at the game and beat the game with the starting equipment. That doesn't seem like a thing.
I think you probably could. Because I haven't yet seen like an enemy do a thing that was impossible to prevent from hurting you in some way. And I haven't yet seen an enemy that just doesn't take damage if you don't do damage above a certain level, which normally like those two mechanics are like things where they need gear. Like it's just a gear check, right? Where like if you have to be able to take a hit at this point in this fight to pass on. And if you can't take a hit, then you need to go upgrade. I haven't had that happen yet. I'm only in chapter 5. As far as I'm aware, there are 12 chapters. On that number. So
I have heard people mention a number that's literally twice that.
In terms of chapters?
Yeah.
Okay.
But they also might have misunderstood something about the game's progression. I don't know.
I mean, again, I'm saying I don't know if I'm right about that number, but
Okay.
that's the number that I heard.
But yeah, the number that like has been in my head because it was mentioned somewhere was 24.
Which is a different number. Goddamn sure.
Right. And the thing is, that's not out of the question either, because each of these chapters seems to be one tiny little part of the journey from what I've played so far. right? So unless, like, after the chapter stuff is done, the story part is done for the independent story, and then it's just you know, doing all the Greymane stuff, and that's literally just putting the Greymanes back together, and then...
Yeah, I think the main story quest is putting the Greymanes back together, and then everything after that is other stuff, potentially like post-game stuff, maybe. Because again, this was like designed more originally like MMO style, and so that those normally have a lengthier like end-game, post-game kind of loop rather than a main story loop. But I don't know how much of that they've changed for the actual, like, you know, version of the game we're playing.
Right. Well, and again, I would not be surprised to see GTA Online or Where Winds Meet style multiplayer come out of this either. At all. Because the world seems built to accommodate something like that if they wanted to do it pretty easily.
Yeah, it definitely is. And again, like, I mean, they've said, you know, is it going to be worth the money? So at the moment, it's hard to tell.
Right.
Because it has been such a big polarization point of people playing the game. But again, this has always, I'm not always happened, but like in a lot of games, I don't remember Elden Ring's launch. It wasn't like universally praised by everybody. There were tons of people who were complaining about difficulty being too high, difficulty being too low, about this, like they thought exploration was going to be different based on the previous game series. People complaining about how like the game looked when it played. I was one of those people. Like one of the reasons that I bounced off of Elden Ring like when it first came out, which I bought the game when it at launch, and one of the reasons that I only played a couple hours was I had just come off of playing Sekiro, and like visually, the graphics and like rendering and stuff for Elden Ring were a straight downgrade from that game, which that game is a linear game, so like obviously, right?
Right.
But like the combat in Sekiro is very smooth, like very good to play, very reactionary. Like I had a lot of different combos, I had a lot of different combos. Most of the game was like a back and forth of like you and the enemies actually trying to like win a combat encounter that you would have like with a weapon. With the relevant weapons that they had. Like if somebody's like, if you have a katana and someone's coming at you with a spear, like you don't just like the way in which you parry or dodge or move around that is going to be very different to like somebody coming at you with a sword. And that game encapsulated that very well because that was the only thing the game was doing.
Right.
Elden Ring doesn't have any of that. So,
right.
Like to go from one to the other was kind of like very jarring, and then just kind of made me not want to play it right then.
Which is super fair.
And you know, even when we did play it, and I loved Elden Ring and played the whole thing. Very, very good game. Like a lot of the stuff. I mean, again, both of us were complaining about different things the entire time we were playing that game front to back. So, you know.
Well, this thing's called the Spire of the Stars, I've found out. And it requires...
Spire of the Stars. Okay, maybe it's just an observatory.
No, it's an Abyss thing for sure, because it has some of the Abyss cables attached to it. And there's power in them.
Maybe it's an Abyss observatory. Maybe someone's observing the Abyss from the ground? Because they're nosy?
Maybe. There's a bunch of fucking sigils on... might be activation plates through the door, what little bit I can see. And there's a whole bunch of purple shit inside this building, but there is no way for me to get in there. Oh, okay. Well,
you have to climb it?
No. No. I'm pretty sure whatever it takes to get in there is at this other place that is very definitely connected to the Abyss, as those are all Abyss structures on the ground, and again, cable. Plus, it's proximity, and I think the stairs the way you're supposed to get up here is from stairs that I believe start down there. But, suggested traversal mechanics are for pussies and noobs.
People that follow suggestions.
Right. That's a bald eagle. I just found a bald eagle. I wish I'd realized it was there and I could have shot it.
Damn.
Well, you can't kill him in real life. The government will get mad. Because they're like endangered or something.
To kill them in the game. They're not endangered.
Bald eagles?
Yeah, they're not endangered.
I'm pretty sure they're on the endangered species list.
No. How would they be endangered? They've been illegal to kill for like 200 years. Here. Like, what's endangering them?
Loss of habitat.
They're birds of prey that live on mountains. What habitat?
Ooh! They were removed from the U.S. Federal Endangered Species List August 9th, 2007.
Okay.
Okay.
I was about to say, like, it's been a long time since you haven't been able to do anything with a bald eagle. I think they would have gotten over it.
I live in a part of the country where there was a lot of bald eagle habitat because they're not exclusive to mountainous regions. They also lived in the plains forests, which pretty much got bulldozed down except for around a few lakes, where you can still see dozens of them during the winter around me. Because of their migration patterns.
They're also migratory.
Exactly.
To an extent.
And that's the primary problem, though, is a lot of the places they migrate through and have used for survival are now human populous zones.
Yeah. Which that makes a lot more sense. 'Cause, like, if you don't want to be frozen, you probably don't want to be on the top of a mountain.
In the middle of winter. Exactly. Yeah. No, which is why they came down to the plains and hung out in the forests and ate all the non-hibernatory fucking wildlife.
Right.
There are all sorts of people walking around here. What is this place? Not meaning to swing my weapon. My bad. Yeah, this is all on. Do you guys even fathom what you're fucking with right now? This is all on. That is a magic cauldron with an orrery above it. And y'all are just here fucking playing with shit. And it's all on. And I don't think you guys know it's on. Like, there is power to all of this.
Just imagine it just
I walked up to this door and it automatically opened, and it looks exactly like the one upstairs. Oh, and this place is also made of books.
Okay, maybe the guy that is in charge of this does know he's fucking
Barely a
with the
moment to rest.
employees
How
or
are we to find the culprit?
Is something the matter?
Oh, Greymane. Your timing is most fitting. A forbidden volume from the Grand Library has been stolen. Can you track down the one responsible?
Oh, is this the Grand Library? Wait,
It's
a
only
forbidden
just come to
volume
light,
from the
and
Grand
we've
Library
no
has been
idea where to
stolen.
begin. Any thoughts on where to start?
I'd say you should speak with Amaris first.
Ah, yes.
probably, like,
the library's overseer will know something of this.
That rogue will be finished when we catch them.
Such prose must never be brought to light. We're counting on you.
Such prose should never be brought to light. That sounds like the kind of book I need to read.
Right.
Also, it's cold inside this building, gents. It's probably why it's mostly the giants that are here. Or trolls?
Coin holds no value here.
My wares are for those who have proven themselves. The presence of a hero is always
Okay.
welcome.
This is still Hernand, and that guy told me I can buy scholar stuff with my contribution points from that guy. That book is on a pedestal.
What is scholar stuff?
There's a headband and a fucking scarf.
Okay, so not like magic.
No, like clothes.
Okay. That's cool too, I guess.
The headband is pretty decent armor and provides lightning resist. The one I'm currently wearing is makes me immune to the dazed condition.
I am currently wearing a full set of the Hernand knight armor. What the fuck is this shit called again?
I just found a steampunk helmet called the Helm of Knowledge.
That sounds cool.
Yep, already putting it on. Oh, it's a key item and a mystery.
Ooh.
And it has better defense than my current helmet, still provides daze immunity, and it lets me acquire knowledge?
That seems good. There's people that I definitely wish I could put that helmet on.
Just to fucking, yeah.
Yes, I'm wearing the armor of the Wandering Knight, Kanta. He didn't need it.
Oh, and lucky for me, it doesn't show as equipped unless, hang on, if I put my hood down, then the helmet equips. But I have to put my hood down to put this helmet on.
How do you put your hood down?
You go into the cloak and you select the one you're already wearing, and it puts the hood up and down on the cloak I'm wearing, at least.
Oh, I don't think my cloak has a hood.
That would, yep. That would make it impossible to put the hood up.
Yep.
For sure.
I didn't really look. I just got it. I didn't really look at it. I sold my other one.
Oh, the Hernand one. That one's the fur-lined one. There is no hood on that one, correct?
No,
it
I'm
looks
using
good
the
though, doesn't it?
Kanta one.
Wait, the
It's a
which one?
plated cloak.
Oh, okay. I also have that one. It also looks good. The blue one?
That's, yes.
Okay.
Don't mind me.
Look, there is allegedly a piece of information right here for me to acquire, and you're not giving it to me, which means it's above me. So I guess I have no choice but to
I'm confident this is not how I'm supposed to get over here, but it's not going to stop me. It should. In fact,
maybe what?
I said
well,
maybe
you're
I
as
should
civilized as
save.
a rock, aren't you?
Yeah, maybe.
I'm like, this could be state breaking. Or the game could invisible wall me. I think that's probably the best. It does that.
Well, I found the alchemical formula for platinum here.
Okay, does that mean you can create platinum?
Yep, from 1 gold bar, 4 brimstone, 3 mercury, and 2 holy water.
Well, I don't have none of that.
I mean, That is on her show and not in your background.
Courtyard of Precision. Oh yeah, I'm definitely not supposed to be here. What the fuck even is this? Yeah, I wasn't supposed to be able to do that. Oh my god, that's so far down this list. Cool. Well, I'm gonna fucking leave.
Oh! The book that's missing is The Weight of Knowledge, apparently?
Oh. That seems like a book we want to keep around just to, remind people.
Yeah. Just so you know, we have about 10 minutes left.
Okay.
Before I gotta dip. What, babe?
That's about how long it's gonna take me to find the devil. I think this is where the devil is. Okay, this is the devil of the reed field. This isn't a reed field. Means they're gonna want me to keep looking. Fine. On herpes, we need to find the devil. So you'd feel like right here. Is I blind? Oh, bye. I do mean to strike you down. Okay, maybe I won't succeed, because what? Why is there 60 people here? It's embarrassing.
Figured it out. Oh, and I bet those are the controls right there for it. Okay. Yeah, I didn't think that would do it.
No, this is a reed field. Holy shit. This is music correctly. Well, chat, I solved half that puzzle. If you're watching on YouTube, we'll be back later after Cyberpunk with more... oh, there's it down here that I have to do something with, probably. That makes a lot of sense. All right. But yeah, we'll probably be back with more of this after Cyberpunk, which we're getting ready to switch to. I do want to thank y'all on YouTube for watching. Make sure you hit that subscribe button, ring that little bell. That way you never miss an upload. I don't know what that means. But yeah, we'll continue fucking around with things beyond our understanding a little later. For now, we are going to take a short